Thick smoke sprang out from the elevator entrance on the third floor of the shopping mall like a black dragon, swallowing up the brilliant light of the neon lights. Sharp sirens pierced the air, mixed with the screams of the crowd and the chaotic stamping of feet. Lin Yuyan held Mu Zu's wrist tightly, and the two of them were pushed in the crowded escape passage, surrounded by debris from the cosmetics counter and burning fabrics. The smell of burnt plastic rushed straight into her nose, making her stomach churn. "Yu Yang! Let's go, it's blocked here." Mu Shua's voice trembled, her usually delicate red eyes were widened at this moment, and her face was as pale as paper. The two of them were trying on new dresses just now, laughing and comparing prices. In the blink of an eye, tongues of fire shot up from the kitchen and clawed at the crowd like devil's claws. At the end of the passage, a group of men in suits and ties blocked the way. One of them, a fat, bald middle-aged man, was hysterically pushing away a young mother holding a child. "Get out of here. I'll go first. You poor devils are seeking death for blocking the road." The child cried loudly, and the mother fell to the ground, and the flames licked the hem of her skirt. The fat bald man turned his head and caught a glimpse of Lin Yuyan, and gave a cruel smile. "Young girl, you look pretty good. Come here and give me a hand. Maybe I can help you out." Lin Yuyan gritted her teeth, feeling powerless in her heart. She is just an ordinary white-collar worker. She takes the subway every day and works overtime until late at night. Her salary is barely enough to pay the rent. How could this happen? Why do fires always break out in this concrete jungle? The news said that the wires were aging, but she always felt that there was a shadow lingering in the heart of the city. Those rumors of hidden superpowers. No, what's the use of thinking about these now? Mu Shua pulled her to get around, but was pushed back by the crowd. The heat wave hit her face and the smoke filled her lungs. Lin Yuyan kept coughing and shed tears. The fat bald man's hand had already reached over and roughly pulled her arm. "Behave. Otherwise you will both be burned to char." The passers-by around were either running for their lives or watching indifferently. Some people cursed in a low voice, "You deserve it. What kind of shopping mall are women wandering around?" Despair came like a tidal wave. Lin Yuyan felt that her legs were weak, the flames were approaching her ankles, and her skin was so hot that it seemed like it was about to melt. She heard Mu Zu's breathing getting weaker and weaker. "Yu Yang. I feel dizzy. I seem to hear something." Mu Zu suddenly froze and her body trembled slightly. Her sensory ability was triggered for the first time at this moment, like an invisible tentacle that penetrated the smoke and captured the hidden exit clue. "Left. The freight elevator. But there is a landslide." But the direction of the freight elevator has been blocked by collapsed shelves, and the sea of fire is roaring. The fat bald man laughed. "Perception? Pretend to be a ghost. I don't care." He kicked his mother away and rushed towards the illusory way of life, but was hit in the head by a broken steel pipe. Blood mixed with black smoke sprayed out, and he screamed and fell to the ground. Passers-by screamed all around, and some people broke down and shouted, "It's over, it's over. Where are the government dogs who monitor people with special abilities? Why don't they come to save people?" Lin Yuyan backed up while protecting Mu Shua, and her back hit the hot wall. The flames licked the corners of her clothes, and the pain was like thousands of needles piercing her bones. She fell to the ground, her vision blurred, and in her ears she heard Mu Shua's cry and the crackle of flames. The lungs seemed to be filled with charcoal ash, and every breath carried the burning smell of death. "I don't want to die," she murmured, and deep in her heart, a strange heat surged up, like a sleeping fire being awakened. Just when her consciousness was about to dissipate, Lin Yuyan's pupils suddenly shrank. Her body no longer burned. Instead, there was an invisible film wrapping her skin. When the flames licked it, it felt as comfortable as a hot spring. The world changed, invisible fire elemental particles appeared in the air, and she could see them, like wandering elves dancing in the smoke. What is this? She instinctively stretched out her hand and whispered, "Come on, help me." A wisp of red flame burst out from her palm, not the flame of destruction, but the pure spiritual fire. It quickly expanded and turned into a fist-sized flame elf, shaped like a girl, with eyes as bright as lava. The elf spins lightly, makes a clear bell-like chirp, and rushes towards the sea of fire. Oh my God! What is that? A trapped young man's eyes widened and he rubbed his smoky eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. The flame elves shuttled back and forth like living creatures. When they touched the raging fire, those violent tongues of flames calmed down and turned into blue smoke and dissipated. The elf opened his arms, and a wall of fire rose up, separating the flames in the passage and accurately extinguishing the source of the fire on the shelf. Muzu suddenly raised her head, and her sensory ability allowed her to feel the pure energy. Yu Yang. What did you do? The fire is listening to you. Her voice trembled, full of disbelief. Lin Yuyan stood up, with the flame elves surrounding her. Her body was bathed in the sea of fire like an immortal heroine without any damage. She shouted, "Follow me. Muzu, tell me the way." Muzu nodded, scanning like a radar. The freight elevator collapsed, but the fire escape on the top floor is open. Go around to the right. Passers-by were stunned. The fat and bald woman who just laughed at now opened her mouth in an O shape. She is putting out fires? That little fireman is so cute. No, it's a miracle. A man who looked like an office worker said in a trembling voice, "Superpowers. This is a hidden superpower. The news said that the government is monitoring them, but this is too fierce." Lin Yuyan ignored the admiration and summoned a second flame elf, this time bigger, as thick as an arm. It rushed towards the collapsed shelf. The flame elf groaned softly, and the tongues of fire lashed like whips. The shelf was actually melted to create a passage, and the steel bent under the high temperature, revealing an escape route. The heat wave is mixed with the pungent smell of melted metal, but the passage is as cool as a spring breeze. The elves are constantly absorbing the fire element and transforming it into a protective barrier. "Mom! Sister, save us!" The child's cries turned into cheers. The young mother burst into tears and rushed over with her child in her arms. "Thank you. Are you an angel?" Lin Yuyan smiled slightly and helped her up. "Quickly go. Don't stop." The crowd surged like a tidal wave, and someone shouted, "Hero! Fire woman!" An old man knelt down and kowtowed. "God's eyes are open. There are gods in this sea of fire." Muzu followed Yu Yang closely, eyes flashing with admiration. "Yu Yang, you have awakened. I feel your power, like the Queen of Fire." Lin Yuyan's heart was shaken, and she felt that the supernatural power in her body was surging like a volcano. The third flame elf appeared. This time, the three elves merged and turned into a firebird, fluttering its wings and rushing towards the ceiling. Boom! The collapsed beam was held up by the firebird, and the fragments fell like rain but were swallowed by the elves. In the smoke, the eyes of passers-by were as wide as bells, and someone's cell phone was shaking non-stop. This video is posted online. It will definitely go viral. Hidden heroes in the city. They rushed out of the freight elevator and reached the fire escape on the top floor. The flame spirit leads the way, extinguishing the flames along the way, with the precision of a scalpel. Mushua's sensory ability constantly guided, "Turn left. There is oxygen. Behind the scenes, the crowd cheered like waves. The heroine is mighty. The life-saving grace will never be forgotten. Finally, the sun penetrated the smoke. They pushed open the security door and rushed out of the mall. Fire trucks blared their sirens outside, and the ambulance crews were stunned. Lin Yuyan looked at the dozens of people who were escaping behind her, including the mother and child. They were slumped on the ground, looking at her as if they were seeing the savior. A firefighter rushed up, his voice trembling. "Miss, how did you bring so many people out of the sea of fire? It's hell inside." Mu Zhu gasped and pulled Yuyan. "Stop talking, let's go." Lin Yuyan nodded. She summoned the last elf and let it disappear into the palm of her hand, and her powers quietly subsided. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, she couldn't be exposed. In the city, people with special abilities were targeted by the government, and she had a vague sense that something was wrong about the conspiracy behind the fire. The crowd gathered around and the flashlight came on. "Hero. Who are you? Give me a shot." A reporter screamed. "Witnesses said you summoned the little fireman to put out the fire. Is it true that you have awakened your powers?" Lin Yuyan lowered her head, put on Mu Zhu's coat, and slipped into the crowd. Behind her, praises poured in. The Immortal Heroine. The urban legend has come true. It's so cool. Where are those people who laughed at her? Kneel down and lick her now. Mu Shue whispered. "Yuyan, your fire elemental summons is invincible. There is definitely something fishy about those frequent fires. I sense that the source of the fire is unnatural, like man-made." Lin Yuyan's heartbeat quickened. She was vaguely excited and alert. She put on an ordinary sweatshirt and got into the subway crowd, as if nothing happened. But she knew that the world had changed. As night fell, a figure lurked in the shadows beside the ruins of the shopping mall. Shen Mo was wearing sunglasses, and the simple magnetic bracelet on his wrist glowed slightly. He looked at the blurry video that went viral on his phone. The trajectory of the flame elf made his bracelet tremble slightly, as if it was attracting the same kind of energy. "Fire element? Interesting," he murmured, with a playful smile on his lips, and his eyes locked on the disappearing figure in the distance. At the same moment, on the other side of the city, Ji Yuhan was sitting in a luxurious office, with fire scenes playing on the surveillance screen. He tapped his fingers on the table, and the water and fire powers were faintly flowing. "Another awakened one? Very good, the plan requires such a chess piece." His laughter was cold, echoing in the empty room. When Lin Yuyan returned to the rental house, Mu Zhu collapsed on the sofa and said excitedly, "Yuyan, have you heard the news? The whole internet is exploding. Fire-surviving heroine is the most popular search. Those passers-by call you a god, and those firefighters say they have never seen a fire put out by itself." Her sensory abilities allowed her to capture online reactions, a mixture of admiration, speculation, and fear. Yuyan smiled, but was wary. Outside the window, the city lights were like a sea of stars, but she could smell the faint smell of burning in the air. The fire would not end here. Her phone vibrated, and an anonymous message popped out. "Fire Elemental Summoner, we are paying attention to you. Cooperate, or destroy." Her pupils shrank, and the flame spirit appeared faintly in her palm. The game has begun. But she didn't know that the owner of the magnetic bracelet was quietly approaching. Shen Mo stood on the street corner downstairs, his bracelet buzzing, attracting the remaining fire element particles in the air. His eyes were locked on her window. "Come on, little fire elf, let me see your limits." Mu Zhu suddenly trembled. "Yuyan, someone is staring at us." "My perception," is such a strong magnetic field. Lin Yuyan turned around and looked into the night. Under the urban steel jungle, a hidden war is about to break out. The word count is about 2,500 words. The story continues to unfold from the beginning to ensure exciting moments and suspenseful hooks. Lin Yuyan's gaze was like a blade piercing the night outside the window. The city's neon lights reflected mottled light and shadow on the glass, faintly mixed with the low whistle of police sirens in the distance. Mushua's sensory ability was like an invisible thorn, piercing her nerves, making the magnetic field fluctuations in the air clearly identifiable. It was not like the remains of a fire, but pulsating like a living thing, as if a pair of eyes were peering from the shadows on the street corner. "It's not an illusion," Mushua gasped and stood up. Dan Feng's eyes narrowed and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. "That magnetic field seems to be pulling something. It's only 50 meters away from us. Yu Yang, we have to go out and take a look. We can't wait at home." Lin Yuyan's heart tightened, and she unconsciously clenched her palms into fists, her palms feeling faintly hot. She glanced at her phone, and the anonymous message was still flashing on the screen: "Cooperate or destroy." The video of The Immortal Woman that was hotly searched on the internet has been played over 100 million times. The blurry figure of the flame elf has made her an urban legend, but she knows that exposure means trouble. The Government Supervision Bureau has the best nose, and the conspiracy behind the fire is more like a big net. She took a deep breath of the air that had the aftertaste of coke and suppressed her excitement. "Okay, let's go. Keep a low profile. I'll try to control this power. No one can recognize it." The two put on baggy hoodies and slipped out of the old corridor of the rental house. The night wind mixed with the smoke from street barbecues and the smell of burning tires in the distance, ruffling Lin Yuyan's long hair. They got into the crowded subway station, blended in with the rush hour crowd, and deliberately took a long detour to the nearby night market. Mu Zhu whispered as she walked, her sensory abilities scanning like radar. "The magnetic field is still following, but not close. Yuyan, your fire element. I feel like it is echoing, as if it is being attracted." Lin Yuyan nodded, the heat in her body dormant like fire. She deliberately slowed down her pace and pretended to be an ordinary girl browsing her mobile phone, but in fact she was secretly sensing the air around her. Fire element particles were everywhere, wandering in the gaps between steel and concrete, like loyal servants waiting to be called. The night market street was bustling with activity. The vendors' frying pans were sizzling, and there were many shadows of people under the lights, but she smelled an incongruous burnt smell coming from the back alley of a convenience store on the corner. "Fire! Fire!" Screams exploded, and the crowd scattered like a flock of frightened birds. In the back alley of a convenience store, an electric vehicle battery short-circuited and caught fire. Orange flames shot up 2 meters high, licking the billboards on the wall. Black smoke billowed, mixed with the pungent stench of melted plastic. 20 or 30 people had gathered at the entrance of the alley. Some were beating them with wet towels, while others were screaming and retreating. "Don't come close." The lithium battery exploded. 3 people died in the last news. Before the fire truck arrived, a middle-aged captain in an orange firefighting uniform rushed forward. His face was covered with oil and sweat, and his strong body stood in front of the fire. The bucket in his hand splashed, but he only received ridicule as the fire became more intense. As the steam rose, he coughed and retreated, his face livid. "Damn, there's something wrong with this fire. There aren't enough people in the team. Who's going to help?" Passers-by around him whispered, and some sneered. "Come on, Captain, heroes put out the fire." More people retreated, and the air was filled with the smell of fearful sweat and the choking smoke. Lin Yuyan and Mu Zhu squeezed into the front row, and she whispered, "Mu Shue, explore the source of the fire." Mu Zhu closed her eyes for a moment, sensing the triggering of the supernatural power, and frowned. "It's unnatural. It looks like it was ignited. There are residual supernatural powers nearby. It's not an accident, someone is testing it." The captain caught a glimpse of Lin Yuyan and saw that she was young and beautiful, wearing a simple hoodie, and he suddenly became angry. "Little girl. Don't be so brave, get out of the way. This is not a place for you young people to play cosplay." The heroine who was in the mall fire last time was a legend. "Do you think everyone can do it? Awakening the superpower? It's a problem." His voice was as rough as sandpaper, with the prejudice of an old firefighter. The passers-by laughed in agreement. "Ha ha, that's right, little girl, go home and do your homework. The captain is right, no one wants to get burned if you join in the fun." The ridicule came like a tide, and Lin Yuyan's heart sank slightly, and the drama of wanting to show off but then suppressing was played out again. She lowered her head and pretended to be timid, and her legs were slightly weak, which made the passers-by even more unscrupulous. "Look, I'm so scared." The captain turned around and continued to splash water, but the flames rushed towards his ankles, scorching his trouser legs, and the heat wave forced him to stagger back. "Damn, there is something wrong with this fire." The atmosphere of despair filled the air, and the faces of passers-by were twisted into ghosts of fear. Someone had started recording. Another fire? The internet said it was a curse. Mu Zhu held Yuyan's wrist tightly and whispered, "Hurry up, they are about to explode." Lin Yuyan took a deep breath of the night wind filled with smoke, and her pupils suddenly shrank. The fire in her body exploded, and she instinctively whispered, "Come, little elf, help." When the palm of her hand was heated, a red flame as thin as a finger quietly sprang out, slipping silently into the sea of fire, like an invisible ghost. It quickly expanded and turned into a thumb-sized flame elf, shaped like a mini girl, with eyes shining with the light of pure lava. The elf made a subtle tinkling sound and, unnoticed, pounced on the battery fire. Buzz, the tongue of fire trembled violently, and those violent orange flames converged as if encountering a nemesis. The elf rotated lightly, opened his hands, and a miniature wall of fire rose up, absorbing and swallowing the heat wave on the edge of the explosion. The black smoke faded, the stench turned into cool warmth, and the fire shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The captain's eyes widened like bells. The bucket slipped from his hands and splashed on the ground. How did this fire go out by itself? He rubbed his eyes again and again. Just now, he laughed at Lin Yuyan. His mouth opened in an O shape, and his voice trembled like an autumn leaf. "No way, I rushed for 10 minutes to no avail. It is obedient?" Passers-by were furious. An aunt screamed, "Oh my God! Little fire fairy! Just like the one in the mall." The young man's mobile phone shook violently, recorded. Flame elf. The real version of the Immortal Heroine. Cheers erupted like a wave, and someone knelt down and kowtowed. "God bless you. Captain, you just said that this little girl is being brave. Are you a slap in the face? A hero is a hero, Captain, do you accept it?" The captain's face was as red as a boiled shrimp, and he knelt down in front of the embers. He picked up the remains of the battery after extinguishing the fire with trembling hands. Little hero, I was wrong. You saved my life. This fire is too weird. I have never seen it put out by myself in my 20-year firefighting career. Are you an angel?" His voice was choked, and he wiped tears with his rough hands. The passers-by laughed and echoed, "Captain, admit defeat. Kowtow to the heroine. It's so cool." Those who are mocking, shut up now." Lin Yuyan took back the elf in a low-key manner, and it turned into flames and slipped back into her palm. She pretended to be relieved. "Good luck, the wind will destroy it." The crowd didn't believe it, and gathered around and shouted, "The heroine! The invincible heroine is back! Sign your name! Take a photo!" The flashlights were like a torrential rain, and Muzu pulled her out of the crowd. "Let's go. Enough exposure." Muzu was panting as she ran, sensing the superpowers and scanning wildly. The source of the fire was confirmed to be artificial, and the superpower fluctuations remain. There are two nearby. "It's not a coincidence, Yu Yang. This city fire is because someone is testing the awakened people." Her eyes flashed with excitement and vigilance. "We have to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, continue to go to work, subway, night market, hide our strength, and wait for them to show their weakness." Lin Yuyan nodded, feeling domineering like a queen, but she suppressed her expression and said, "Yes, live a low-key life. I will go to the company to work overtime tomorrow, and no one will recognize me." They walked into the night alley, and the cheers in the distance faded away. Hot searches on the mobile phone screen. Little fire on the street. The second appearance of the invincible heroine? The fire captain kneels down to thank you. In the shadow of the street corner, Shen Mo stood against the wall, his eyes narrowed under his sunglasses. The magnetic bracelet buzzed and vibrated, and a blue magnetic arc appeared on the ancient metal ring. It was attracting the remaining fire element particles in the air. Those particles gathered like iron filings and pointed in the direction Lin Yuyan left. "The summoning of the fire element, the purity is amazing," he murmured, with a playful curve on his lips, and the bracelet trembled like a heartbeat. "It perfectly matches my magnetism. Little fire elf, you can't escape." His figure flashed and followed quietly, the night wind mixed with the low hum of metal friction. Lin Yuyan and Muzu went home separately, and she squeezed onto the last subway train alone. The car was shaking, and the smell of sweat from the crowd mixed with the ringtones of mobile phones. She lowered her head to browse the news, and the comments under the video of the mall fire exploded. "The heroine is invincible. The government is going to block the supernatural power law. The mastermind behind the fire has been exposed." Her vigilance rose, and she felt a chill on the back of her neck. Muzu's warning had come true. Someone was watching. After leaving the station, the street lights in the neighborhood were dim late at night, and footsteps echoed behind me. She deliberately took a detour and confirmed, two men in black, masks covering their faces, walking in a ghostly manner. The palm of one of them was faintly glowing with blue water, and the fingertips of the other were wrapped in flames. Following. Lin Yuyan's heartbeat quickened. She pretended to be panicked and trotted into an uninhabited narrow alley. The putrid smell of the trash can mixed with the cat's meowing, and the shadow on the wall stretched like a ghost's claws. "Run, little awakened one." A deep laugh rang out. The man in black blocked the alley, and the water and fire superpower licked his lips. "The boss said you are a good chess piece. Let's cooperate? Or should we cripple him first?" The water superpower waved his hand and shot a high-pressure water arrow, smashing the street lamp. The fragments splashed down like rain, and the pungent smell of ozone filled the air. The fire user pounced, fireballs blasted out, and the heat wave was scorching. "Try that trick in the mall again." Lin Yuyan's back hit the wall, and the feeling of despair reappeared. The alley was a dead end, the street lights were extinct, and in the darkness there was only the light of their grinning teeth. There was no one around, and the sound of cars in the distance was like a world away. She gritted her teeth. "Are you, Gu Han's men?" The water arrows approached, and her skin burned, and she was forced to roar, "Elf, come out." The palm of his hand erupted, and 3 flame elves sprang out. They merged into a fire bird, flapped their wings, and the fireball was swallowed up, then rebounded into a fire whip and whipped towards the fire power. Snap! The man screamed and fell to the ground, his clothes were burned, and his skin was blistered. Ah! This fire is different, pure fire extinguishes? The water energy user stared. Impossible. The boss is invincible with water and fire, you. The water arrow shot wildly, but was held by the fire bird and evaporated into mist. Passers-by vaguely heard the noise, and someone poked his head out of the alley. Fighting? Superpowers? Lin Yuyan suppressed her superpowers and only exposed 3 points, while Firebird opened a way to break out. But the person following him rushed towards him with a ferocious smile. Exposed. Catch him alive. The fire-powered man climbed up, and the fire wave surged. The alley was like a furnace, and the heat wave peeled off the walls. Just when the Firebird was about to collapse, an invisible magnetic force erupted. The metal trash can in the alley flew up like a living thing and hit the water energy user with a continuous bang and a crisp sound of cracking bones. The water energy user spurted blood and flew backwards. What the hell? Magnetic field? The magnetic force was like a giant hand pulling, and the fire waves were twisted and attracted, converging into a ball and hitting the fire energy user back. Shen Mo appeared, his sunglasses flashing and his bracelet glowing with blue light. He looked like a ghost. He waved one hand and the magnetic arc around his body attracted all the metal fragments to form a whirlwind shield. That's enough, you are not worthy. The follower's eyes widened and his voice trembled. Are you Magnetic Ring Man? The taboo target mentioned by the boss. They fled in a hurry, leaving behind the blood-stained alleyway. Lin Yuyan gasped and stood firm. The Firebird disappeared into her palm. She raised her head and met Shen Mo's eyes. Those eyes were as deep as a magnetic vortex, and the corners of his mouth were playful. Fire element summoner, your spirit attracted me. The bracelet buzzed, and the fire particles in the air were pulled and gathered towards him. Her heart was shaking wildly, and the queen's aura rose faintly. Who are you? In the night wind, the two looked at each other for the first time, and the sparks of fire and magnetism quietly ignited. Outside the alley, passers-by came screaming, "Superpower battle!" It's recorded. In the distance, Ji Yuhan's surveillance screen flashed, and he hit the table with his fist. The magnetic ring is also involved? Plan, accelerate. Mu Zhu called. Yu Yang sensed chaos. Did the magnetic field save you? Lin Yuyan clenched her phone and looked at Shen Mo's retreating back. The game has been upgraded. Under the urban steel jungle, hidden alliances and conspiracies are gathering momentum like volcanoes. Who? She repeated. The fire in her palm was about to start, and 3 flame elves loomed between her fingers. The heat wave steamed, turning the rotten smell of garbage around her into the dryness of coke in an instant. The footsteps of passers-by approached outside the alley, and their screams mixed with the clicks of cell phone videos. Superpower battle. Look, the fire. But in the alley, the black-clad followers did not completely escape. The water-powered man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the blue light water arrows recondensed in his palms. The fire-powered man gasped and climbed up, white smoke rising from his burnt skin, and his sinister smile twisted. Magnetic Ring Man. The boss is laughing at you. You are not worthy of touching the fire girl. Brothers, come on. Give me credit for catching her alive. Suddenly, the shadow at the end of the alley exploded, and 3 figures jumped out. More Ji Yuhan's men pounced like hounds in black. One of them threw out an iron chain whip, making a clanging sound, and hit Lin Yuyan's face. The other sprayed sticky oil fire with his hands. crackling and bursting, and the alley wall was instantly blackened and scorched. The leading man's fist wrapped the earth and rocks with supernatural powers, the ground cracked, and the gravel roared like projectiles. The heat wave was mixed with the smell of earth and oily smoke, forcing Lin Yuyan's back to press against the cold and clammy wall, feeling a wave of despair. 5 against 1, superpowers layer upon layer. Her fire bird had just suppressed 3 points, but she was already exhausted, and the fire element particles were diluted by the night wind. Lin Yuyan's voice echoed in the dead silence of the narrow alley, with a hint of queen-like coldness, but was torn into pieces by the night wind. Shen Mo's sunglasses reflected the broken light of the remaining street lights at the alley. The eyes hidden behind the lenses locked onto her like a magnetic vortex. The air around her was buzzing, and the edge of the metal trash can was slightly twisted, as if being pulled by invisible hands. The blue magnetic arc on the bracelet jumped, and the remaining fire element particles in the air gathered like iron filings, spiraling towards his palm, emitting a subtle sizzling electric sound. "Ha ha, little fire girl. Where's the elf in the mall? I'll smash it with one punch." The strong man laughed, the earth and rock fists roared, and the remains of the street lamp were involved and hit her ankles. Lin Yuyan gritted her teeth and dodged. Her ankles were bruised, and her blood oozed with a salty taste. She growled, "Elf, protect me." The firebird flapped its wings and barely blocked the iron chain, but it was stuck to the oil fire, its wings dimmed, and it made a painful bell sound. Shen Mo glanced at her, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but remained calm, letting the enemy approach. "Prove your worth, fire girl." Passers-by crowded in the alley, their faces pale, and someone trembled live broadcast. "It's over. The Immortal Heroine is about to fall. 5 superpowers are attacking her." An uncle's legs went weak, and he murmured, "I thought the hero was invincible just now, but now, it's miserable." The ridicule was like a knife, weighing heavily on Lin Yuyan's heart, and the queen's momentum almost collapsed. Was she exposed like this on the first day of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? The water energy user laughed wildly, shooting water arrows like a compressor gun, and the evaporated air hissed and screamed, "Magnetic ring, you protect her? The boss said you two were made for each other, go to hell." As the arrow rain approached, Shen Mo finally took action. The blue light of the bracelet flashed, and the magnetic ring, the force field spread out like an invisible giant net, and metal fragments, street lamp fragments, iron chains, trash can lids, buzzed and swirled, forming a whirlwind shield. Clinking to block water arrows, steam exploded, and the alley was filled with fog, choking like chemical poison. But there were too many enemies. The Earthrock fist broke through the magnetic shield and hit Shen Mo on the shoulder. He groaned and retreated. The cracks in his sunglasses expanded and bloodshot eyes oozed from the corners of his mouth. Lin Yuyan's heart tightened. "You?" Before she could finish her words, a wave of oil and fire hit her head, causing her to collapse. The heat wave burned her skin and blurred her vision. At the peak of despair, passers-by screamed, "The heroines can't hold on anymore. Someone come and save them." At this moment, Shen Mo chuckled, his voice as magnetic as a whirlpool. "The attraction begins." The bracelet vibrated wildly, and the blue arc stretched like a tentacle, piercing the fire in Lin Yuyan's palm. The air trembled violently, and the fire element particles gathered crazily. The flame elves that were supposed to be dormant were pulled by the magnetic force, making an excited bell ring. 3 elves sprang out and were instantly enveloped in blue light, expanding tenfold. They are no longer small birds, but giant beasts that combine fire and magnetism, with wingspans of 3 meters, feathers wrapped around magnetic arcs, and tail flames dragging metal fragments, making a thunderous roar. Bang! The water energy user pierced the chest, sprayed blood, and flew backwards, collapsing the garbage pile, and the sound of cracking bones was as crisp as popcorn. Impossible, the fire was attracted by the magnet? Boss, you lied. The fire energy user screamed. The oil and fire came back to bite him. His skin melted into wax, and he rolled to the ground and wailed, "Hot, the magnetic field is burning the soul." The strong man knelt on his knees, the earth and stone shield shattered, and the magnetic arc penetrated into the meridians. His face was twisted, and his teeth chattered. "Monster, fire and magnetism linkage? We were wrong, spare your life." The man in the iron chain tried to escape, but was pulled back by the magnetic force. The firebird claw hook tore the shoulder blade, the blood and flesh were blurred, and the stench filled the air. What the hell? The strong man's eyes widened, his fists of earth and stone froze in mid-air, and his voice trembled like chaff. The giant fire magnetic bird flaps its wings, and the magnetic field distorts the space. The oil and fire are absorbed into fuel, and the earth and stone projectiles fly back in the opposite direction, smashing the enemy's bones and tendons. Lin Yuyan's pupils shrank, and the heat in her body erupted like a volcano. She instinctively muttered, "Go!" The giant bird swooped down, and a fire magnetic storm exploded. A blue and red tornado swept through the alleyway. Metal fragments were like bullets, tearing apart black clothes. Tongues of fire swallowed up water arrows, and evaporated into red mist. Passers-by were stunned, and the alleyway was like a boiling oil pot. A young girl dropped her mobile phone and screamed, "Fire magnetic storm! Invincible heroine plus magnetic ring hero! Invincible!" The uncle rubbed his eyes and choked up his voice. "I thought it was over just now, but now, they are gods. Look at that bird, the magnetic light is blinding me." The live barrage exploded, and cheers were like a tsunami, slap in the face. "Those dogs in black were so arrogant just now, kneel down in an instant." "Hero, your boyfriend? This linkage is so cool, the fire is sucked into a laser." Shen Mo wiped away the bloodshot eyes, took off his sunglasses, revealing his sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a conqueror's voice. "Lin Yuyan, the purity of the fire element summoning is S-level. My magnetic ring, an ancient relic, can attract all energy. Your ALF is a perfect fit, fire and magnetism linkage, without any sea-water, fire, and earth." He took a step forward and touched the palm of her hand lightly. Blue and red sparks burst out, and warmth rushed into her meridians. Lin Yuyan trembled with joy, her strength doubled, and the fire was crowned like a queen's crown. She chuckled, "This feels invincible." The giant bird hovers, with a frightening aftereffect. All enemies are killed or seriously injured and crawl away. The lane is stained with blood, and the smell of burnt earth is mixed with the rusty smell of molten metal. Mushua's voice exploded from the alley, and she rushed over breathlessly. The ability she sensed made her sweat profusely. Dan Feng's eyes widened. "Yu Yang." I sensed a huge explosion of the magnetic field. "Oh my god, this firebird. Mutated? NU." She pointed at Shen Mo, her voice trembling in admiration. "Magnetic ring man? It is said across the internet that you saved my sister. This linkage." I sensed that the energy level increased tenfold, and all Jiu Han's men were disabled. Muzu rushed forward, hugged Lin Yuyan, and burst into tears with excitement. "It's so cool. I thought you were screwed on the phone just now I'm going to slap those dogs in the face. Let's form a team, threesome, it's bound to be fun." Passers-by rushed in, knelt down and shouted, "Heroes! Invincible heroine, magnetic ring hero, fire magnetic queen. Signs." A young man knelt down and licked. "Captains, just now they laughed at heroine in black, now they cry for father and mother, it's so frustrating. Shen Mo smiled lightly, and when the magnetism was gone, the giant bird turned into flames and slipped back into Lin Yuyan's palm. She felt that the power was receding like a tide, but it left an endless lingering aftertaste. The government's superpower bureau is coming soon, they have a good nose. Join our underground circle, Lin Yuyan. I am Shen Mo, specializing in hunting fire masters. Ji Han, that bastard of fire and water, is eyeing you. He plans the whole city to be in flames, testing awakened people like you. Follow me, and sweep across in a low-key manner. Lin Yuyan was ecstatic, and the queen's domineering power was fully awakened. She nodded. Okay, let's join forces. But I still have to go to work, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The three of them whispered plans, and Mu Zu's sensory scan said, it's clean, there are no pursuers yet. But the government locator has locked the coordinates of the alley, and we will arrive in 10 minutes. As soon as the words fell, the sky roared, black armored drones swooped down like bees, scanned with red light, and the mechanical voice was cold and cold, superpower violation exposed. Incombustible target, Lin Yuyan, magnetic ring Shen Mo, restrain your hands immediately. The siren in the alley pierced, and the special police superpower team rushed over. The leader of the female captain had sharp eyes, and the water shield unfolded, surrounded. Under government supervision, you are the most popular fire girl. Fire magnetic linkage is illegal and banned. Passers-by shrank back and screamed in fear, the government is coming. Heroes run. Shen Mo snorted coldly, his bracelet buzzed, and the magnetic force pulled the metal frame of the drone. It creaked, twisted, and fell, sparks flying. Lin Yuyan summoned the fire spirit to clear the way, and Mu Zu sensed the navigation, turn left on the narrow road. The three figures sprang out like ghosts, the afterglow of the fire magnet flickered, the special police chased after them, the water shield shattered the wall, and the explosion was deafening. The female captain glared and her voice trembled, the linkage is too strong. Report to the director, this is not low level. Fire and magnetic storms can destroy the streets. The special police officer in the rear turned pale. Captain, they flew? Magnetic wall, Firebird escort, invincible. The three of them got into the sewer, and the smell was overwhelming. Mushue's phone vibrated, and a new message popped up. Chen Feng, an underground intelligence dealer. Sister Mushue, have you sensed me? Ji Han's hometown is in the abandoned factory in the East District, and the source of the fire is all in his water and fire laboratory. The Queen of Fire and Magnetic is here to investigate? Cooperate and share your intelligence fee. Come back soon. Mushue read out, Lin Yuyan's eyes flashed, and she clenched her fists. Ji Han, the game begins. Shen Mo, Mushue, let's sweep. Shen Mo nodded, the magnetic ring buzzed, and the fire element particles gathered again. The three figures disappeared into the darkness. Under the urban steel jungle, the Fire Magnetic Alliance quietly took shape. Ji Han's conspiracy was like a powder keg, igniting the countdown. The wreckage of the drone was smoking, and the female captain knelt down to pick up the chip and murmured, Director, these three S-class threats. The fire plan has been exposed? In the distance, Ji Han's office, the screen shattered, blood dripped from his fists, water and fire powers went rampant, and the desk melted. Magnetic ring joins forces with the fire girl? Speed up, release fire all over the city. Let them die in the sea of fire. Lin Yuyan and the three of them rushed out of the sewer outlet. The night breeze was cool and the neon lights reflected their figures. Mu Zu gasped excitedly, Yu Yang, this linkage. I feel your queen's aura is off the charts. Keep a low profile at work tomorrow, and sweep up at night? Shen Mo leaned against the wall, put on his sunglasses again, and pondered. Perfect partner, fire girl. Your elf belongs to my magnetic field. Lin Yuyan smiled lowly, her heart feeling like the aftermath of an orgasm, and the fire in her palm blended with the magnetic arc. Belong? Try who can eat whom. Hot searches outside the alley exploded. Fire magnetic is invincible. The government failed in the pursuit, and the Immortal Queen formed a team of magnetic ring heroes. The whole city was boiling, and the curtain of the fire conspiracy slowly opened. They split up and sneaked away. Lin Yuyan squeezed into the night bus alone. As the carriage shook, the crowd whispered about her video. A true heroine. That firebird is so handsome. She lowered her head and pretended to sleep. The aftertaste of the fire magnet in her body was pulsing. The queen's ambition was blazing. Ji Han, waiting. On Mu Zu's way home, Chen Feng sent her the second message. I'll send you the coordinates of the abandoned factory. Ji Han will light a fire tomorrow to test the new medicine, and capture all the awakened ones. The fire magnet is coming, and it will sweep across the world. She called back and sensed the aura of the dealer with the ability to lock on. Deal, boss. Shen Mo's figure blended into the night, and his bracelet buzzed to track the fire particles. Little fire elf, you can't escape. Alliance, the first battle. The city pulsed, the sea of fire was approaching, and the feeling of invincibility was ready to explode. Early the next morning, Lin Yuyan squeezed into the subway to go to work, her face covered by a hoodie and her palms feeling faintly hot. The company elevator buzzed, and colleagues whispered, I heard that the invincible heroine has formed a magnetic ring. Invincible. She chuckled and continued pretending to be a pig. At noon, the abandoned factory was investigated, and the fire magnetic sweep was started. In Ji Han's basement, the fire and water boiled. He dialed the phone with a grim smile. Failed? Increase the pressure, the East District is on fire. Let the fire magnetic queen come and die. Conspiracy is like fire, spreading all over the steel jungle. In front of Lin Yuyan's desk, her cell phone vibrated. Mu Zu, Chen Feng confirms that the factory will be abandoned tonight. Shen Mo has arrived and is waiting for you. She stood up, the queen's eyes swept across the tall buildings outside the window, and heat surged. Here he comes. She lowered her head and pretended to type on the keyboard, lowering the brim of her hoodie even further. The whispers from her colleagues around her were like buzzing flies that penetrated her eardrums. Oh, the invincible heroine is the most searched for, and the fire magnetic linkage is so cool. But the government says it's illegal. What if they are arrested? A fat girl came closer, the smell of potato chips hitting her nostrils. Yuyan, did you watch the video last night? That firebird sucks metal. It's so exciting. Shooting at the dog in black is so annoying. It's a pity that the heroine can't recognize who it is. Lin Yuyan's heart sank, and she forced out a smile. It's just a hot search, it's just a trick of being an internet celebrity. The fat girl rolled her eyes and said mockingly, Ha, you are just an ordinary person, you can at least put out a candle. The depression was smoldering like fire, her palms were feeling faintly hot, and the fire element particles were ready to move, almost summoning the elf to burn the keyboard. The elevator door dinged open, and the supervisor walked in with a shiny face and a rude voice. Lin Yuyan. Don't be late at noon, the waste disposal report will be sent out. There is a fire warning in the company's East District Industrial Park, and everyone is on standby. You little girl, stop dreaming about the heroine, in reality you can't put out a fire. Colleagues. Laughing, the fat girl covered her mouth. That's right, Yu Yang. are you going to put out the fire? Are you laughing to death and burning it into a roasted suckling pig? Desperation came like a tide, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head, the aftertaste of the fire in her body pulsating. The queen's domineering power was shattered by the ridicule. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, she should be low-key, but hot searches have pushed her to the forefront. Near noon, the phone buzzed again with an unknown number. Shen Mo, Fire Girl, the secret of linkage control. Guard your dantian, and the magnetic ring guides your fire to gather like iron filings. Don't explode, otherwise the S-class will be exposed, and government helicopters will bomb you. See you at the abandoned factory. The coordinates have been sent to the edge of the East District. Ji Yuhan's little boss is there to measure test the fire. I will escort you. At the end of the message, a blue arc animation flashed, and the bracelet absorbed the flames like a whirlpool. She tried to chant silently, and the heat flow in her palms converged. The fire spirit shrank to the size of a grain of rice and disappeared into her meridians. The refreshing feeling ran through her back like an electric current, but did not leak out. My heart warms slightly. This magnetic man can teach him so carefully? She stood up, grabbed her backpack, and went out pretending to have a lunch break. The cold wind from the air conditioner in the company lobby was biting, and colleagues' gazes were like needles. Where do ordinary girls go? The fire zone of the East District Industrial Park? They are looking for death. The supervisor yelled, "Come back. Do you think you are a heroine?" Without looking back, she squeezed into the crowded subway. The car was sweltering, the sweat and smell of the crowd were mixed with neon reflections, and the location of her mobile phone was hopping, the abandoned factory in the East District, Ji Yuhan's hometown. Mu Zu's voice played. "Yu Yang, I sensed Chen Feng." The intelligence dealer hid in the tea stall outside the abandoned factory, and he was covered in smoke and oil. Ji Yuhan's water and fire powers were confirmed. He distilled the fire virus with water, sprayed weak buildings, and tested the reaction of awakened people. The recent fires have all been affected, and the little boss is called Zhao Sai, a hybrid of earth and fire, who specializes in burning down poor areas. Lin Yuyan's fingers trembled slightly, and the phone screen under her desk lit up with a message from Mu Zu. The handwriting jumped like flames. Chen Feng said it himself, that bastard Ji Yuhan has the ability to control water and fire. All the recent fires were caused by him testing the city's weaknesses. Shopping malls and narrow alleys are full of fire, forcing the awakened ones to come out and arrest. See you at the abandoned factory at noon. He will give you the coordinates, and I will pay for the information. Be careful of the government's nose. As the subway shook, Lin Yuyan closed her eyes and practiced linkage. The fire was like a thread being pulled by the invisible magnetic force. Her body was filled with warmth. Shen Mo's voice seemed to be in her ears. "My magnetic field." Her cheeks were slightly red, and she shook her head to suppress the throbbing feelings. It's important to sweep Ji Yuhan now. Outside the abandoned factory, the industrial area is filled with grey fog, rusty iron fences are skewed, and the smell of tar and waste engine oil is pungent in the air. Mu Shua had arrived, and Danfeng glanced over and whispered excitedly, "Yu Yang." Chen Feng was there. I felt his heartbeat speeding up and was so scared. He said that Ji Yuhan personally controlled the water stove to synthesize the fire demon seed, which would wake up or burn the lungs if inhaled. A small fire has been set inside the abandoned factory for testing, and Zhao Sai is guarding it. A few street children have been captured as live targets. Lin Yuyan's eyes were cold. Children? Beasts. Sneak in disguised as pigs. I will put out the fire and save people first, and you guys will take over. Mu Zu kicked him away. Get out. We have the information. Lin Yuyan nodded, took off her hoodie, put on the tattered work clothes found on the roadside, plastered her face, and pretended to be a homeless girl and sneaked into the gap in the fence. Inside the abandoned factory, flames were blazing into the sky, black smoke was billowing, the crackling and popping sounds were like firecrackers, the heat was steaming up the cheeks, and the stench of charred wood and molten plastic hit the nose. The central iron furnace roared, and the water and fire powers left a blue and red whirlpool. Zhao Sai, a short and bald man with khaki skin cracked like lava, his fists wrapped in earth and fire, surrounded the iron cage with a ferocious smile. "You little bastards, Boss Gu is testing a new drug. Take a breath, and awaken the earth and fire to mix with me, otherwise it will be burned to charcoal." 3 children in the cage, 7 or 8 years old, cried heartbreakingly, their faces were ashen, and sparks coughed out from their lungs. "Uncle, spare your life, the heat will burn you to death." Under the tea stall, Chen Feng appeared, a short, fat, greasy man with a reflective bald head, cigarette ashes all over his shirt, his eyes narrowed into slits, and his voice trembling like a mouse. "Queen of Fire Magnetic." Sister Mu Zhu said, "You two are invincible together." Jiu Han spit out all the information. "Dual control of water and fire, S-class careerist. I want to burn the industrial zone to force the government to step aside and build your own superpower empire." In the fire scene of the abandoned factory, Zhao Sai is laughing, burning the children to test the medicine. He handed over the USB disk, sweat dripping from his legs, and knelt down. "Happy cooperation, split into 3, I'm 3. Workers and passers-by watched from a distance, their faces pale, and someone murmured, "It's over, Zhao Sai is the powerful little boss, invincible in the wall of earth and fire, who dares to save him?" An old man's legs went weak. "The government doesn't care? This fire virus will kill if inhaled. Children are miserable." The ridicule added fuel to the fire. Zhao Sai laughed wildly, earth and fire fists smashed the cage, the iron bars melted and bent, and the children screamed, "Mom! Fire girl, save us!" Lin Yuyan stepped forward with a trembling voice and said, "Brother, I'm passing by to help put out the fire." Zhao Sai turned around, his eyes widened, and the ground was shaken. "Huh? You have the fire power, I will burn your whole family." The onlookers roared with laughter. "Look at this girl, she is skinny and looking for death." The old man shook his head. "Silly girl, Zhao Sai's level be level, the earth wall blocks the rockets, ordinary people are wiped out." Lin Yuyan retreated, staggering, the peak of despair. The fire was stirring, the heat wave was pressing into her body. She whispered, "Alf." But Shen Mo's message flashed. "Bear with me, wait for me in conjunction." Zhao Sai approached with a ferocious smile, the earth fire fist and the wind roared, the ground cracked like an earthquake, gravel projectiles shot out, grazing her arm, and the smell of blood filled the air. "Die, beggar woman. Prove that Mr. Gu is invincible." The heat in her body exploded, and she instinctively whispered, "Attract." The fire element particles gathered crazily, and 3 elves sprang out, wrapped in a magnetic ring, and merged instantly, not a giant bird, but a precise fire magnetic whip. 10 meters long, wrapped in blue and red, it whips the air like a laser, sizzles with electricity, and distorts the vision with heat waves. Zhao Sai's soul flew away, the wall of earth fire rose up, and the magma dripped and hissed. "Impossible. I am a B-level earth fire, stop it." The whip shadow swooped down, magnetically absorbing the earth and rocks, and reversely melting them into iron slurry. The tongues of fire swallowed the rock wall and evaporated into red mist. Bang! The whip whipped Zhao Sai's shoulders, the soil peeled off, and the flesh and blood were charred. He screamed and knelt down. "Ah, the fire is burning the meridians. Spare me, Boss Gu, save me." The moment the fist hit, the air buzzed. The blue arc rushed in from outside the fence, Shen Mo's figure flashed ghostly, the bracelet shook wildly, the magnetic field was like an invisible giant hand grabbing Zhao Sai's earth and stone shield, creaking and twisting, the rust fragments swirled together, turning into a metal thorn shield to block the wind of the fist. Zhao Sai's eyes widened and his voice trembled. Magnetic ring man? You fucking sneaked in? Shen Mo's sunglasses gleamed coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Fire girl, linkage. Blue light pierced out from his palm, directly connecting to Lin Yuyan's fire seed. Lin Yuyan whipped her whip to harvest, the magnetic aftermath of the fire swept away the iron cage, and the locks were accurately melted without hurting anyone. The child jumped out and hugged her thigh. Sister, don't burn. Fire woman. She squatted down and stroked her head gently, feeling a surge of pleasure in her body, and the queen's aura was faintly leaking out. Zhao Sai crawled away, and the earth fire backfired in his chest, spurting out black blood. Jiyu Han, the fire failed, this linkage. S-level forbidden move. Shen Mo stepped forward, the bracelet touched her shoulder lightly, and the magnetic warmth flowed in, protecting her meridians. Perfect control, fire girl. Your elf is attached to my magnet. She raised her eyes, met his starry eyes, her heart skipped a beat, and she blushed and whispered, "Thank you, for escorting. Next time, I will protect you." The children's eyes widened, and their cries turned to exclaiming, "Sister! The fire whip is so handsome." The workers' onlookers were stunned, and a strong man dropped his mobile phone on the ground, his voice choked. The beggar girl is the immortal heroine? Just now, she was ridiculed as a weakling, but now the whip absorbs the earth and fire, and kills Zhao Sai. Bo rubbed his eyes and shed tears. It's amazing. Magnetic ring escort, fire magnetic whip destroyed Class B like a chicken. The child was saved. Muzu rushed in from the outside, sensed the power scan, and screamed excitedly, "The energy has been increased 5 times. Queen Yuyan, the linkage control is stable." Zhao Sai's heart stopped for half a beat. It's useless. Chen Feng's tea stall was broadcast live with a trembling voice. The fire magnetic slaps Zhao Sai in the face. The intelligence is accurate. All the fires in the abandoned factory are extinguished. The whole network exploded with barrage. The beggar pretended to be a pig. The queen of the unburnt killed the little boss and saved the children, so touching. The magnetic ring handsome guy's eyes, licking the screen. Emotional line coming? The government drone buzzed and locked, and the female captain's voice sounded from the loudspeaker. Lin Yuyan. Violation is exposed. The fire magnetic linkage is disabled. The SWAT car siren blared wildly, the water shield unfolded, and the fog filled the air. Shen Mo snorted coldly, pulling the drone with magnetic force, sparks flying when it fell to the ground. Run. He held Lin Yuyan's hand, protected the body with blue arcs. The fire elf opened the way, and Mu Zu sensed the navigation. Turn right to the waste pipe, escape into the water. The 3 of them ran out of the fire scene, and the children were taken away by the workers, shouting, "The heroine is forever." Before Zhao Sai was arrested, he murmured, "Industrial area, the fire is coming." Jiyu Han dropped thousands of tinder. The smell of sewers filled the sky, and a message from Chen Feng came after him. Warning. Jiyu Han is crazy. A big fire has hit the industrial area. Weaknesses in the whole city have exploded, new drugs and viruses are spreading, and the target is to catch you, Guamai. Within an hour, thousands of fires will be ignited. Cooperate, come to my hiding place and I'll give you the antidote. Lin Yuyan's eyes flashed, and she held Shen Mo's hand tightly. The fire pulsed like a heartbeat. In the industrial area, destroy him all. Shen Mo smiled, her sunglasses reflecting her queen's outline. Join us, we are invincible. Over the industrial area, Ji Yuhan's remote monitoring screen shattered, water and fire raged, and the table melted into pulp. The little boss is useless? Speed up the release. The sea of fire will submerge, and the fire magnet queen will be buried. In the government bureau, the female captain knelt down and reported, Director, S-level linkage confirmation, Lin Yuyan is extraordinary, the industrial zone fire warning level has been raised to S. They have expanded the circle, there is movement in the underground intelligence network. Lin Yuyan and the others disappeared into the shadows, the fire magnetic alliance spread like fire, the urban steel jungle trembled, thousands of fires counted down, and the invincible feeling of excitement was ready to go. Mu Zhu gasped and excited, Yu Yang, I felt your emotions fluctuate with the whip you just saved the child. Shen Mo, don't snatch my sister. Shen Mo smiled faintly, and his bracelet chirped softly, she belongs to the linkage. Lin Yuyan felt sweet in her heart, and the fire in her palms intertwined with the magnetic arc, belong to? See the real chapter in the industrial zone. In the sewer, the sewage gurgled like a ghost crying, the smell of rotten eggs and rust penetrated the nose, and the footsteps on the sticky mud made a wet sound. Lin Yuyan was breathing heavily, her hoodie was soaked and clinging to her body, and fire was smoldering in her meridians. The thrill of the battle in the abandoned factory was still running down her spine, but the buzzing sound of the government drone was still in her ears, and the mist of the SWAT water shield seemed to still be wrapped around her ankles. She glanced at Shen Mo beside her. His sunglasses reflected the faint green fluorescence, and his bracelet murmured blue arcs. The palm of his hand holding hers was as warm as electricity, stabilizing her racing heartbeat. Hold on, fire girl. Chen Feng's hiding place is at the edge of the industrial area. We'll be there in 10 minutes. His voice was low and magnetic, penetrating the stench and tingling her eardrums. Mu Zhu groped in front, Dan Feng's eyes narrowed, sensing the spread of supernatural powers like spider silk, scanning heartbeats and energy waves. 50 meters ahead, Iron Gate. Chen Feng's heartbeat was 200, and his nose smelled of sweat. He was smoking and shaking at the door in fear. Gangsters were patrolling the periphery of the industrial zone. 3 low-level Earth-type people suspected that we were government spies and were ambushing us. A small fire trap. Ji Yuhan's men sensed that half of the thousands of fire seeds had been released, and they would explode within half an hour. The virus mist would burn the lungs and melt the bones, and the whole area would fall. She turned her head and said with excitement, Yu Yang, Shen Mo, you two just escaped together, and I feel that your alliance has doubled. As night falls, the lights in the industrial area flicker, the fire faintly throbs. Ji Yuhan's conspiracy is like a tornado, the fire magnetic queen rises, and the worldview quietly expands, the underground supernatural circle, the intelligence network is like spider silk, more awakened people are peeping, and the hero's trial ground is intertwined with blood and fire. The iron gate creaked open, and the night air smelled of engine oil and coke. The lights in the industrial area were sparse, the giant factory buildings stood like giant steel beasts, and the shadows of tower cranes swayed like ghost claws in the distance. Chen Feng's short and fat figure crouched in the corner, his cigarette butt flashing red, sweat dripping from his bald head on his shirt. He saw 3 people on his soft legs, and his voice was as trembling as a mouse. Queen of Fire Magnetic. Hero of Magnetic Ring. Miss Mu Shue. Is the information accurate? It's all in the USB flash drive. Ji Yuhan's S-level water and fire, synthetic Balrog species virus, inhalation awakening, or burn your lungs. He plans to amplify the fire, chain thousands of fires in the industrial area, burning through the natural gas pipes, detonating the weak spots in the city, and forcing the government to give up and build a supernatural empire. The antidote is located underground in the southeast warehouse. I am a third party. Happy cooperation? He knelt down and handed over the blueprint, his hands shaking. Before he finished speaking, 3 gangsters emerged from the shadows. They had khaki skin with cracks and fists wrapped in mud. They were low-level Earth-type superpowers. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The leader was spitting with a scar face, and his voice was as rough as a grinding wheel. Chen Feng, you traitor. Selling information to outsiders? These 2 little guys, you white-faced girl, who are you? Government spies. The industrial zone is our boss's territory. Fire is being put in. Get out or the earthen wall will bury you. He hit the ground with his fist, and the ground cracked. The earth surged up, mixed with the red glow of the fire, and the stench was suffocating. The patrolling passers-by looked on from a distance, their faces pale, and someone whispered, "The 3 gangsters are borderline B-level, they can block tanks without any pressure." Are these 3 people looking for death and sneaking in? Muzu's sense flashed and she screamed, "Ambush confirmed." They are of the fire-protecting type. The 3 of them linked up with the earth wall to hide Ji Yuhan's fire and water trap. Lin Yuyan's heart sank, and she stepped forward pretending to be a pig, her voice trembling and pretending to be weak. Brother, we passed by a migrant worker, and Chen Feng said he had information. Don't bury us." Scarface laughed wildly, and the earth fist approached, and the gravel projectile passed by her face, scratching her cheek, and the smell of blood filled the air. Huh? You want to pretend to be a pig? Countdown to the sea of fire in the industry, you ordinary people, take a sip of the virus and burn it to ashes. Brothers, come on. Boss Jiu has a huge bounty. The earth wall rose, 5 meters high, the lava cracks dripped, and the red light pulsated, and the gangsters gathered around. The younger brother laughed loudly. Look at this girl, the abandoned factory was hotly searched just now for the non-burning heroine? Fake. The 3 local heroes smashed it with one punch. A thin monkey passerby shook his head. Idiot, Ji Yuhan's fire is invincible. The whole area fell in half an hour, and they didn't even leave any scum. Despair overwhelmed Lin Yuyan, and she stepped back. The fire spirit was smoldering at her fingertips and almost exploded, but the government was about to lock it down and it was better to keep a low profile. Shen Mo's sunglasses flashed coldly, his bracelet buzzed, and a blue arc shot out like an invisible giant hand, instantly absorbing the surrounding rusty iron pipes and metal fragments of street lamps, creaking and twisting, converging into a metal vortex, and hitting the earth wall. The magnetic field twisted the air, buzzed with electricity, fired iron filings like bullets, peeled off layers of earth and rock, and the red light of the fire was pulled out, exposed to the night wind and extinguished. The scarred face's eyes widened, his pupils protruded, and his voice trembled like a candle in the wind. Magnetic. Magnetic ring man? Impossible. Are you the pair of monsters from the abandoned factory? The earth wall can't stop you. His earth fist hit the vortex, but was pulled back by the magnetic force. The iron ring of the wrist guard shattered and was embedded in his flesh. Blood spurted out like mist. He screamed and knelt down. Ah, the magnet attracts the meridians. Brother, save me. The other 2 Earth warriors were stunned, Tu Lang collapsed, and tried to escape. Shen Mo smiled faintly, turned his bracelet lightly, and the metal net was like a spider silk cover, pulling at the iron buckle of their belts and throwing them straight against the wall. Their bones cracked, questioning the Fire Magnetic Alliance. Ji Yuhan's dog, go back and report the news. A bystander dropped his cell phone to the ground. A fat worker rubbed his eyes with a choked voice. Oh my God. The magnetic ring absorbs metal and destroys the 3 Earth warriors. just laughed at him. We are weak, the walls are like paper, and all the fires are out. The thin monkey man knelt down and shouted, "Hero, spare your life. We are also forced by Ji Han, the information is given to you, the southeast factory, the water, and stove chain fire." Chen Feng stood up with weak legs, and broadcast live, "The magnetic ring is invincible, the industrial zone is full of information." Lin Yuyan's eyes flashed, the fire elves returned to her palms, and the low-key summons expanded. 3 elves disappeared into the night wind and probed into the southeast factory building. The field of vision was like a fire mirror, the iron furnace roared inside, and the water and fire vortex swirled wildly. Ji Han's more than 10 water and fire superpowers chanted curses around the furnace, and the fire rolled into the pipelines like red beads, and the virus mist took shape, preparing to destroy the city in an explosion. Mu Zhu sensed and added, her heartbeat quickening, confirmed. Ji Han's plan, water distills fire, amplifies the heat wave and burns out the trachea, floods the industrial area with chain fires, spreads the virus throughout the city, and forces the awakened to surrender. 20 men are lying in wait, sensing S-level energy, controlled remotely by Ji Han himself, activated within half an hour. The 3 of them sneaked into the edge of the factory. Grey fog filled the air. The smell of engine oil and sulfur was pungent. The fire in the distance reflected the red light in the sky and crackled like thunder. Suddenly, a small flame burst out, the tinder test exploded, swallowing up the discarded tires. Black smoke billowed and heat waves hit their faces. 3 workers were trapped in the fire ring and screamed, "It's so hot." Ji Han, the tinder, can't run away. Lin Yuyan's heart was as sharp as a knife, and she instinctively rushed forward, summoning the fire elf to put out the fire. "Elf, swallow." The elf rushed into the ring of fire, and the flames converged like birds returning to their nests, without hurting the workers. But in an instant, the water and fire trap was triggered. The underground pipe burst, blue and red whirlpools rushed in like a giant mouth, waves of steam and fire attacked, virus mist hissed and corroded the air, burning her skin, fire backfired on her meridians, and the pain was as painful as thousands of needles. "Ah, Ji Han's trap?" She staggered back, the fire element was out of control, the elves were scurrying around, and the workers stared in despair. The heroine has been hit. Water and fire interlocking, S-level killing move, burn it clean. The worker screamed, "It's over." She just pretended to be a pig to put out the fire, and now the trap is swallowing her. Mu Zhu sensed the chaos, Yuyan's energy plummeted. The virus entered the body, and Ji Han took control of it himself. At the moment when the fire wave was engulfed, Shen Mo's ghostly figure flashed over, and his bracelet shook wildly. The magnetism is directly connected to her fire. "Fire girl, link up. Belong to my magnetic field." The blue arc wraps around the fire spirit like a thread, pulling it out of the vortex. The energy of water and fire is absorbed and twisted, and reversely evaporates into red mist. The virus mist creaks and collapses, and the heat wave rolls back to destroy the trap. The water and fire men around them widened their eyes and trembled. The magnetic ring diffuses the S-class trap? Boss Gu, the water and fire furnace backfired. A water man knelt down with weak legs. Impossible. The fire girl is immune to the virus, and the magnetism absorbs energy like drinking water. Lin Yuyan's meridians are cool, the fire magnetic whip is faintly taking shape, the feeling of refreshment is like a surge, and the queen's aura cannot be suppressed and leaks out. She stood firm and looked at Shen Mo. He took off his sunglasses, his starry eyes locked on her face, and his voice was soft and scorching. "Does it hurt? I'll explore first next time. Your fire can't be extinguished." The palm of his hand touched her arm lightly, and the magnetic warmth protected the wound. Waves of emotion rushed through her heart like electricity. She blushed and whispered, "Shen Mo, thank you. You always escort me, I will repay you." Mu Zhu. They covered their mouths in excitement from a distance. "I feel it. The feelings are 3 times warmer, and the heartbeats are synchronized. The alliance is so sweet." The worker rushed to hug his legs, with tears streaming down his face. The heroine is immortal. The savior of the magnetic ring, destroying traps like killing chickens. Just desperate, now invincible. Chen Feng live broadcast shaking his hands. The fire girl is almost injured, the magnetic connection is resolved. Jiyu Han's plan is exposed. Watch the whole network. Deep in the factory, the roar of the fire intensified, and Jiyu Han's shadow emerged from the whirlpool of water and fire. He was a tall and sinister bird of prey, with blue and red eyes. His voice was like thunder, penetrating the iron wall. "Fire magnetic rats, are you trying to destroy my fire? Jiao Sai is useless, and you are worthy of it?" Thousands of fires in the industrial area have been chained, and the water and fire have amplified. The city-destroying virus has started. "Lin Yuyan, Shen Mo, surrender to me, or you will be burned." He laughed wildly, and with a wave of his hand, a huge wave burst out from the furnace, 10 meters high. The water and fire merged like a tsunami, mixed with the red mist of the virus, roaring towards him. The heat wave distorted the night sky, the ground shook, and the steel pipe burst and sparks flew. Lin Yuyan's cheeks were as hot as a fire elf. She threw away Shen Mo's hand and glared at Mushue with a pretentious look. "Shut up. It's time for a decisive battle, love?" Jiyu Han is about to burn the city down. But the remaining warmth in his palms was like a magnetic thread that couldn't be shaken off. She summoned in a low voice, and a wisp of fire spirit as big as a grain of rice disappeared into her fingertips, darting out of the cracks in the iron fence to explore the way. The small thing was like a firefly, silently penetrating the darkness and smelling the pulse of fire hidden in the grey fog of the industrial area. Under the rusty iron pipelines, red dots were densely packed like ant nests, and the smell of viruses was pungent, ready to explode the steel jungle. The workers were stunned and screamed, "Jiyu Han is here in person. S-class huge wave, no one can stop it." Mu Zhu sensed and screamed, "The energy is bursting. Retreat." Shen Mo held Lin Yuyan's hand, and the magnetic ring protected the body, linked, fully open. The fire magnet pulsed and gathered momentum. The industrial zone counted down thousands of fires. The huge wave approached the body, and the crisis peak, the rise of the queen, was about to happen. Chen Feng was so frightened that he peed. Antidote. Under the southeast warehouse, Jiyu Han is hiding there himself. "Go." The gangster remnants knelt down from a distance and said, "Ci, spare your life. We betrayed and all the information was revealed. Jiyu Han's imperial ambitions, more men are coming." Lin Yuyan held Shen Mo tightly, the fire and magnetic arc intertwined, and the sweet fighting spirit burned in her heart. "Jiyu Han, let's fight." The huge waves roared, the spray splashed with blood and the smell of blood. The fishy wind of water and fire hit her nostrils. The night sky was red like the end of the world. The 3 members of the alliance rushed into the shadows, and the decisive battle began. Outside the factory, more awakened people were peeping, and messages from the underground superpower circle exploded. The Fire Magnetic Alliance slapped the 3 Earth heroes in the face, and diffused the water and fire trap. Jiyu Han personally picked it. "The huge wave is coming. Who will win?" The government female captain's drone restarted, and the red light locked. S-level duel, blockade upgrade. Lin Yuyan, surrender. But the Hua magnetic figure was submerged in the mist, and the feeling of pleasure spread like a sea of fire. The urban steel jungle trembled, thousands of fires intertwined with huge waves, and the blood boiled in the hero trial. Shen Mo whispered into her ear, "Fire girl, your queen. I will guard it." Her heartbeat skipped a beat, and she held his hand behind her back. "Sweep together." Muzu navigated, in the direction of the warehouse. I sense Ji Yuhan's clone chasing after me. Don't get into trouble, the crisis is escalating. The huge waves hit the factory building, roaring into the sky. Red glows of fire were everywhere, and the virus fog filled the industrial area. Ji Yuhan's laughter echoed, "Burn it! Burn it!" Lin Yuyan's fire spirit flew into the sky, and the blue and red whip shadows loomed, and the invincible linkage was ready to go. Deep in the shadow of the warehouse, the three of them gasped and stopped. Chen Feng's blueprint unfolded, and the antidote coordinates flashed. Here. Ji Yuhan is hiding in the core, and the personal amplifier is inside. Suddenly, there was a sensory alarm. The water and fire men were outflanking, the earth element remnants joined forces, small fire explosions occurred, and the heat wave was approaching. Lin Yuyan roared, "Elf detective!" The little fire was like a scout, sweeping out the outline of the ambush. Shen Mo swept the metal, pulled the shelves to block the road, and slapped the pursuers in the face. "Get out!" The remaining party stared and trembled. Again? Magnetism has no solution. The shadows of the warehouse are like splashes of ink, water drops are dripping on the rusty iron frames, mixed with the low roar of the aftermath of huge waves in the distance, and the smell of sulfur and engine oil in the air is like an iron hook. Lin Yuyan leaned against the cargo box and panted, her hoodie torn to reveal her shoulders. Fire was burning in her meridians to heal her wounds. The burning pain from the virus mist just now was like ghost claws clawing at her heart. She glanced at Chen Feng. The short, fat intelligence dealer was slumped on the ground. His bald head was sweating like rain. The USB flash drive and the blueprint stand were glowing with fluorescence. His hands were shaking so much that the edge of the paper rustled. "Queens of fire and fire magnets, take a breath. The antidote is in the basement. The coordinates are accurate. Ji Yuhan. The amplifier is hidden in the inner layer, and there are only 20 minutes left for the 1,000-fire chain. Divide into 3 or 7, I'll give you 7, deal?" His eyes rolled around, his voice shook like a rat's tail sweeping the ground, and the screams of the remaining gangsters still echoed in the distance. "Magnetic ring invincible, spare your life." Muzu crouched next to him, his red phoenix eyes flashing with the sensory net, scanning the surrounding heartbeats. "Stay stable." Surround 20 of his men, a mixture of water, fire, and earth, small explosions of fire to test, and the heat wave is 50 meters away from the warehouse. Their hearts are beating, running around, fearing that you two will interact. The energy of Ji Yuhan's clone is approaching the heart of the southeast furnace. A huge wave is gathering momentum, and the concentration of the red mist of the virus has doubled. She turned around and teased, her voice low and smiling. "Yu Yang, Shen Mo, you guys. The palm is so tight? The feeling is like a volcano, and the synchronization rate is 90%. It's so sweet to practice." Lin Yuyan's face was as hot as a fire spirit, but Shen Mo's hand was gently pulled back, pretending to be fierce. Roaring, "Mushue, shut up. The government drone is buzzing close, the red light is sweeping across the industrial area, and the female captain has blocked my fire. I failed to pretend to be a pig, and the whole internet is searching for 3 heroes of fire, magnetism, and Earth Destroyer. Is it low-key? There is no door." Shen Mo took off her sunglasses, her fiery eyes reflected in her starry eyes, the blue arc of her bracelet murmured like a heartbeat, her voice was magnetic and titillating. "Fire girl, take a break. After scanning the USB flash drive, Ji Yuhan's bloodline annotation, the source of water and fire in ancient times, is magnetic with my bracelet source conflict? Linkage upgrade, tonight. He placed his palm on her arm, and the magnetic force was like a web of silk threads, protecting the wounds on the meridians. The fire rushed into the blue arc, faintly merging into a red and blue whip shadow, and twisted tentatively on the fingertips. Lin Yuyan's heartbeat skipped a beat, and a feeling of pleasure ran through her spine like an electric current. Shen Mo. This feeling, your magnetic field envelops me with fire, and there is no pain at all. Strength inventory, the fire spirit has expanded 3 times, and is invincible in secret exploration. Your magnetic vortex destroys the Earth Warrior like slaughtering a chicken, and you can link up to pull the virus like drinking water. Chen Feng, please explain in detail the blueprint, how to get the antidote? Chen Feng got up and wiped his sweat. The blueprint unfolded like a spider web, and the fluorescent light reflected his pale face. Queen, please forgive me. On the 3rd floor underground, at the core of Ji Yuhan's water stove, the amplifier is an S-class crystal ball. It absorbs fire and steams the virus mist, destroy it, and 1,000 fires will extinguish it. But there are 30 guards, water, and fire chants under their men, and the remnants of the soil join forces. The peripheral gangs rebel against the water intelligence, Ji Yuhan's imperial dream, burning the industrial zone to force the government to give up, awakening those who surrendered to establish a new order. The USB disk encrypted file, the source of his bloodline is the same as the magnetic ring. The ancient relics are left over from the war. The fire magnetic linkage may unlock the taboo S++. His voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes bulged as he stared at the USB flash drive. My live broadcast room exploded. The whole network's fire protection heroine is in danger of linking up, and the magnetic ring protector is so sweet. In the brief silence, Lin Yuyan closed her eyes and took stock. 3 fire elves the size of rice grains disappeared into the palm of her hand. The meridians expanded, the summoning range increased from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, the body's immunity upgraded, and the flame bath was like a hot spring. Shen Mo's bracelet buzzed for a test, absorbing iron filings from the warehouse to form a small vortex, and the blue arc circled the fire spirit to test the linkage. The red and blue light ball floated in the air, buzzing and roaring like a dragon waking up. Chen Feng's eyes widened, his mouth opened into an O, and his voice choked up. Oh my God! The fire magnetic ball is formed? Just now, the 3 heroes of the soil mocked you for being weak, and now this, the prototype of S-class linkage? Ji Yuhan was so scared to pee when he saw it. Mu Zhu added with her senses and clapped her legs excitedly. The energy has been increased 5 times. The emotional blessing, the heartbeat is locked, and Shen Mo's eyes are as sweet as magnets, so sweet that I can get cavities. The repairs were going on smoothly, but there was a sudden roar that shook the sky. The southeastern part of the industrial zone exploded with red light like a sea of blood. Thousands of fires were started in a chain. The red glow of fire was like a colony of ants running through the pipelines. Natural gas pipes hissed and exploded. Giant pillars of fire shot into the sky. Heat wave transpiration distorted the night sky. Black smoke billowed with virus mist. The pungent smell of rotten bones hit the warehouse. The ground cracked and bent steel bars. Screams spread, sea of fire. Ji Yuhan lit the fire, the virus burns the lungs. The factory building collapsed in the distance, and the figures of worker gangs struggled in the flames. Passers-by watched the live broadcast on their mobile phones and screamed, the most popular search. The end of the industrial zone, thousands of fires chain, who can save it? Where is the Fire Magnetic Alliance? During the emotional game, Mushua teased, Yuyan, Shen Mo's eyes are glued to you. The linkage is more than just superpowers, right? Shen Mo smiled lightly. She belongs to the magnetic field, she belongs to everything. Lin Yuyan blushed and kicked Mu Shue. Pay attention. After Ji Han's huge wave, there must be a big move. Foreshadowing, hidden files on the USB flash drive flashed. Ji Han's bloodline is connected to the ancient secret of the bracelet? Fire magnetic linkage may unlock S++ taboos. The aftermath of huge waves hits, water, fire, and wind strike again, crises pile up, and the sense of excitement is ready to explode. Ji Han's laughter was like thunder through the fog. Rat. The empire of water and fire has risen, burn you to death. The phantom expanded, the water and fire men chanted curses faster, a blue and red vortex burst out from the heart of the furnace, a huge wave 20 meters high came with a tsunami of fire, the red mist of the virus spread like a blood cloud, his corroded the iron frame, and the heat wave burned his face like a knife. The remnants outside the warehouse laughed wildly and surrounded him. Boss Gu is mighty. He will be buried by the fire, and the virus will wake up or dissolve the bones after inhalation. A waterman spit out mist, and blue and red water arrows were shot, and the hot and fishy smell penetrated the nasal cavity. Shen Mo's figure flashed forward, and his bracelet vibrated wildly. Fire girl, linkage. The blue arc exploded like a giant hand, absorbing the surrounding steel pipe street lamp shelves, twisting into a 100-meter metal vortex, and hitting the huge wave. The magnetic field buzzed and distorted the air, iron filings shot at the water and fire men like a torrential rain, and bones and flesh were torn apart and blood mist sprayed. The waterman's eyes bulged, and his voice trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. Magnetic. The magnetic ring absorbs energy? The huge wave is pulled, and all the fire is pulled out. The vortex surrounded the fire elf, red and blue intertwined into a fire magnetic tornado, 30 meters high, roaring and spinning into the sea of fire. The heat wave rolled back, the virus mist creaked and collapsed, thousands of fires pulsated like the disintegration of an ant nest. The fire pillars were extinguished one by one, and the steel jungle and the black smoke returned to tranquility. Onlookers watched the mobile phone of the worker gang drop to the ground. A fat worker wiped his tears and knelt down and choked with sobs. Oh God! The magnetic tornado swallowed up the sea of fire, and just burned the city in despair, and now the virus is like paper. The magnetic ring man killed his men in one turn, and the female spirit is invincible. Thin monkey passers-by shouted in worship. Watch the whole network. The Fire Magnetic Alliance swept through the industrial area, extinguished thousands of fires and slapped Ji Han in the face. The underground circle exploded, and the awakened ones called for the queen to join. Chen Feng live broadcasted and shook his legs. The tornado was formed. 20 of Ji Han's men were severely injured, and his legs were weak and he knelt down to rebel, and the intelligence surged. Desperate, Lin Yuyan's eyes burned, and the queen's aura leaked out. Ji Han, are you arrogant about burning the city? Alf, open all the way. She roared and summoned, and the fire erupted from the palm of her hand. 10 fire elves sprang out like a group of fireflies, disappearing into the sea of fire and expanding silently, swallowing the red light of the virus, and the flames converged as if they had returned to their nest. But the sea of fire was so fierce that it backfired on meridians and caused heart-burning pain. Passers-by watched from a distance and whispered in despair, "Here comes the heroine again?" Pretending to be a pig to put out the fire, but thousands of fires chain S-level, and one person cannot handle it. Ji Han is invincible in water and fire, melt her. Lin Yuyan sneered in her heart. The strong female queen burst out and stepped forward to challenge her. Ji Han, the dream of the empire must be shattered. The fire elves gathered in her palms and turned into a giant fire spirit shield to block the flame demon's palm. The flames were immune to the rebounding heat wave. Her body was bathed in fire like a phoenix. The fire in her meridians was fully opened, summoning hundreds of elves to rush into the clone and implode the core of the virus. Ji Yuhan's shadow was distorted, and his voice trembled for the first time. Impossible. Your fire swallowed my water and fire? The S-class clone collapsed. The layers of the flame demon's palm peeled off, and the red mist bit back at his body, bursting with a bang, and the fragments scattered like blood on the ground. Before the power of the fire tornado dissipated, Ji Yuhan's clone emerged from the heart of the furnace. He was a tall and sinister bird of prey, with blue and red eyes intertwined. Water and fire energy surged like a tide. Lin Yuyan? Little girl singled out my clone? Arrogant. Water, fire, and fire demon, swallow your fire. With a wave of his hand, S-class water and fire merged into a huge flame demon palm, which rushed towards him 10 meters high. The red mist of the virus was as thick as a solid body, the heat wave burned the bones and the smell filled the sky. The ground turned into lava and the steel plates melted. The remnants around him laughed wildly. The boss killed the female hero alone. The magnetic ring was trapped by the waves, and the fire girl is dead. The remnant party was stunned, and a local hero crawled to the ground. The heroine singled out the clone? Just mocked her for being weak, and now Boss Jiu screams? The queen is invincible. Mu Zhu sensed the lock and screamed the navigation. Escape route. Ji Yuhan's body retreated northeast. The antidote has been opened underground, the furnace core collapsed, and the virus was completely eliminated. Hot searches in the city exploded, passers-by live broadcast. The fire prevention heroine single-handedly kills the S-class. The fire tornado saves the industrial zone. The praise is overwhelming. The hero has arrived. The government drone buzzed and approached, and the red light locked on Lin Yuyan. S-level violation. Lin Yuyan, Shen Mo, surrender. The special agent team is parachuted to pursue. The female captain's voice was cold and sharp through the fog. The helicopter roared overhead, and the black-clothed agents landed on the rope, and the water shield mist spread. In the aftermath of the battle, Shen Mo pulled Lin Yuyan into his arms, her starry eyes locked deeply. Fire girl, your queen, unparalleled. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His magnetically warm lips were like electricity, and the emotion was so sweet and heartbreaking. I will protect you until the end. Fire belongs to the magnetic field, it all belongs to me. Lin Yuyan blushed and held his neck. Shen Mo, let's kiss each other goodbye? Mu Zhu covered her eyes and said excitedly. The twisted iron door of the warehouse creaked like a howling ghost. The aftertaste of black smoke mixed with the corrosive stench of the red mist of the virus was pungent like acid splashed on the face, and the lava-like steel plates on the ground were still bubbling with hot steam. Lin Yuyan's heart sank, and the fire was burning in her meridians. The queen's aura of killing Ji Yuhan's clone was instantly crushed by reality. The CBD subway nuclear furnace self-destructed in half an hour, and the 100,000 fire nuclear explosion virus spread around the world. Ji Yuhan's residual smile echoed in the night sky like a death bell. The helicopter roared in the distance, red light swept like blood, eyes locked, and the female captain's cold loudspeaker was harsh. Lin Yuyan, Shen Mo. S-level violations exposed, the hero of the entire network? The one who awakens the law. The water shield network has sealed the warehouse for 300 meters. Surrender or dissolve. Mu Zhudanfeng's eyes narrowed, her sensory web swept like a spider's thread, and her heartbeat pulse map exploded in her mind. It's broken. There are 20 special agents in the team, mixed with water, mist, and earth walls, led by the female Captain S-class water spirit. Your heartbeat is as steady as a rock, locking your fire frequency. The escape route to the northeast is blocked by Ji Yuhan's remnants, and the CBD red light has already appeared. The subway pipes hummed like a beating heart, counting down to 25 minutes. Chen Feng, does your USB drive have a backdoor? We are all crazy about pretending to be pigs. The whole city is searching for the hunting order of the fire magnetic queen. Her voice was suppressed and trembling, and her usual playful humor turned into a desperate whisper, and her fingers pinched into the white blood of her palms. Chen Feng's bald head was dripping with sweat, and the fluorescent flash of the USB flash drive reflected his twisted pale face. His knees were weak and shaking like chaff. Queens, have mercy. There is a back door, industrial saw map, but the agent's water shield corroded the iron pipe, and Ji Yuhan's traitor turned against the water. Just now, a barrage exploded in the live broadcast room. The remnants of the gang sold your coordinates to the government, shouting, "Fire, magnetic weak explosion, S-class hunt for the bones." My intelligence network collapsed, the underground circle was divided, and half of the awakened people were afraid of the government and turned to Ji Yuhan's imperial dream. His eyes bulged and he stared at the red light of the helicopter, his voice choked like a dying mouse. "It's over. Half an hour's nuclear explosion. The virus is all over the world. No matter how good our intelligence is, we can't escape." Shen Mo's starry eyes were gloomy, the blue arc of her bracelet muttered like muffled thunder, her palms were tightly clasped around Lin Yuyan's waist, and the magnetic threads protected her meridians, but they could not stop the oppression in the air. The heat wave had not dissipated, and the new chill was like an iron hook hooking her heart. The helicopter propeller blew black smoke in the face, and the agent landed on the rope. The water shield mist expanded like a giant blue net, corroding the iron frame of the warehouse, and the water vortex on the ground sucked in iron filings and whirled. "Fire girl, lower the fire, and I will open the way for my magnetic whirlpool." He growled, his voice was magnetic and suppressed with iron and blood, and the veins on his forehead popped out, and the sweetness of the forehead kiss just now shattered like a bubble. Lin Yuyan gritted her teeth, her fiery eyes flashed, but she suppressed the queen's aura. Her hoodie was pulled tightly to cover her face, and her instinct to pretend to be a pig came to her, but the whole network was exposed, and the hotly searched queen was invincible. Now passers-by are still screaming, "Heroes surrender," during the live broadcast on their mobile phones, and the remnants of the gangsters are laughing wildly in the distance and echoing, "Fire and water shields. Boss GU is waiting for you with a nuclear explosion." Her heart was burning, and the fire spirit in her palm shrank into rice grains and hid, and her meridians ached. The backlash was like a needle prick. Shen Mo, link the low frequency. Muzu navigates, Chen Feng draws the saw, we dig out Ji Yuhan's foundation, and destroy the nuclear furnace before the nuclear explosion. Before he could finish his words, water arrows were shot like poisonous snakes, the scorching mist burned his face, and the smell was like a rotten corpse. Shen Mo's figure flashed, and his bracelet exploded with a blue arc. The magnetic vortex roared and sucked in the nearby steel pipe street lamp, twisting into a 10-meter small tornado and hitting the water shield. A torrential rain of iron filings shot at the agents, and the mist disintegrated. The two Aquaman screamed, their bones cracked and blood spurted out. Their eyes widened and they trembled. Magnetic. The magnetic ring is still pulling on the shield at low frequency? Female captain, the fire magnet is not weak. But the female captain's water spirit giant palm captured the 8-meter-high blue wave with mist. Pressing the top, Shen Mo's knees weakened, and the magnetic force backfired on his meridians like an electric shock. He vomited blood and roared, "Fire girl, pull me." Lin Yuyan wrapped the fiery thread around his waist, linked the red and blue light flashes, and pulled him sideways, smashing the warehouse with her giant palm, causing the dust to fly and blood to hit his nose. Chen Feng suddenly screamed, and a new file on the USB flash drive flashed. "Wait a minute." Ji Yuhan's final plan, a self-destructive nuclear explosion-level fire in the city center. 100,000 fires in the subway nuclear furnace, destroying the CBD within half an hour, and spreading the virus around the world. He can escape and deliver the final blow. The words fell. Far away a red light loomed in the direction of the CBD, the subway murmured like a call from hell, and the water shield of the agents pressed against the warehouse. Ji Yuhan's lingering smile echoed. Fire magnetic, the end is coming. The crisis suddenly escalated, the Fire Magnetic Alliance's eyes became wary, the night wind carried a bloody heat wave, and the steel jungle trembled again. After Mu Zhu screamed and pulled Chen Feng into the cargo box, she sensed the locked crack, saw entrance. The 5-meter iron cover is corroded by the residual mist of Ji Yuhan's virus. Hold on for 10 seconds. Chen Feng cried out to pull the iron cover, and his hands shook and rustled. I can't hold on. The agent sealed the wall, and the female captain's heartbeat accelerated, calling for reinforcements, helicopter gun lock. The passers-by watched from a distance as their mobile phones shook, and the live barrage flooded the screen. The fire has suppressed the queen, and now she is kneeling on the water shield? The government is invincible, and the hero is at an end. The remaining gangsters laughed in agreement. Surrender before the nuclear explosion. Boss Ji spares your life. In the dark sewer, the pipes were twisted like thorns, the sewage smelled like a corpse pit, and the aftermath of the distant explosion shook the walls with dust. Chen Feng sat paralyzed and gasping for breath. The fluorescence of the USB flash drive illuminated his horrified face. Queens, dig the foundation. Ji Yuhan's bloodline file is unlocked. The ancient superpower ruins of Fire CI ruins, thousands of years ago, the war between water, fire, and magnetism. The relics are scattered in modern times. His bloodline comes from water and stove, and his ambition to build an empire comes from the forbidden scroll in the ruins, awakening by burning the city. The sleeping S++ master. USB disk note. He is watching your fire and my bracelet, the relics of the same origin. The linkage may destroy the ruins or activate. The split is changed to 50-50, I will vomit all. His voice was excited and frightened, and he clicked on the projection, and the mural in the ruins flashed, red and blue giant beasts swallowing the city. Ji Yuhan's sinister smile appeared like a ghost. Mu Shua scanned the file with her senses, her eyes widened and she trembled. Oh my God! The ruins are located in the abandoned mine in the eastern suburbs, and Ji Yuhan's body is hidden inside, gathering the remnants to replenish the energy of the nuclear furnace. The emotional wave is still there, your palms are sticky, and you are synchronized with the 95, but the government locks the frequency, and the hot search crashes. The awakened people are divided, and half of them shout, "Who my traitor, government justice." Lin Yuyan punched the wall of the pipe, and the fire healed her wounds. The pulse expanded and hurt like tearing, training superpowers. It's as hot as a fire cage here. The number of elves has increased, and 100 elves are not enough for a nuclear explosion. She sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her knees soaked in sewage, and her nose was hooked by the stench. She forcefully summoned 10 fire elves to surround her body, rotating at a low frequency and swallowing the residual mist of the virus. The number slowly climbed to 20 or 30. The heat wave evaporated the sewage on its own, and her skin was as red as a phoenix bathing in blood. Despair was like a black cloud, and Lin Yuyan roared in her heart. The fire exploded with force. 3 elves rushed into the iron cover, burning silently. The heat wave was low and the stench filled her nose. Drill. The 4 of them rolled into the sewer, filthy sewage splashed all over them, and the red mist of the virus corroded the skin like fire. Mu Zhu sensed it and added, "Throw away 100 meters." But the government drone buzzed and shot through the fog, and the female captain roared, "Seal the industrial zone, hunt Hua CI." Shen Mo gasped and leaned against the wall. His starry eyes reflected her embarrassed figure, and Lin Yuyan put his hand on her shoulder. What and you? I'm sorry, the linkage is not stable for 23 minutes, your queen, hold on. In the depression, Lin Yuyan's elf count soared 50 times, the red light in her palms dimly formed a web, the summoning range detected the pulsation of CBD red light 1,000 meters away, and her heart was as heavy as lead, upgraded. But Ji Yuhan's S++ ambition, the scroll in the ruins burned the world? Pretend to be a pig, eat his traitorous dog. The four people crawled forward, sewage splashed, virus mist rotted, and finally emerged from the culvert at the edge of the abandoned mine in the eastern suburbs. The night wind blew with sulfuric heat waves, and torches swayed at the mouth of the abandoned mine. 20 remaining members of the gang sat around and laughed wildly. The traitor Chen Laosan's short and fat figure stood out, spitting, the weakling of fire and magnetism. The boss's nuclear furnace is replenishing energy, and the government is hunting him down. Let's join forces to dismember him. Information is sold for tens of millions, and Ji Yuhan, the new king of the awakened. Shen Mo stood beside her, and the blue arc of the bracelet tentatively touched her palm. Fire girl, homologous induction. The pulsation of the bracelet recognizes your fire, and the ancient magnetic source protects the fire spirit. The secret of linkage upgrade is in the ruins. He whispered magnetically and sultrily, but suppressed and helpless, but the heartbeat of the government agent is approaching 50 meters, and the water mist scent hound is tracking. Chen Fengqing, the report said that the traitor was selling the base. Yes. The traitor is the gangster guard outside Ji Yuhan's stronghold. I pretended to be a pig and sneaked in to slap him in the face. The passers-by were still broadcasting. The queen is weak and the nuclear explosion is counting down. Who will save the CBD? Lin Yuyan lowered the brim of her hat. Her fiery eyes were cold, and she pretended to be a down-and-out passerby. Shen Mo's sunglasses covered her starry eyes, and the magnetic ring was hidden at low frequency. Mu Zhu sensed the fake heartbeat of a commoner, and Chen Feng took the lead and said tremblingly, the third brother, an intelligence peddler. Flee the fire magnet into the water, I will kiss you eyes, I'll sell you the coordinates. Chen Laosan stood up with a grin, and the local warriors gathered around him, stamping their feet on the ground. Dwarf? Chen Feng, are you betraying me just now? Are you licking the boss now? As soon as the crisis hit, Lin Yuyan's heart beat like a drum, the spirit concealed its palms, and the suppression reached its peak. The remnant party laughed like a knife. Short betrayer? The fire girl is weak, and the water shield kneels down. Before the nuclear explosion, Boss Gu will turn on S++ and burn your ashes. Chen Laosan's eyes rolled around, and the gun pointed at Chen Feng's head. Tell me, where is the fire magnet? Or else it will melt. Chen Feng's legs were soaked in wet pants, and he cried, Old San, spare your life, they. Shen Mo's palm shook slightly, and the magnetic wire pulled Chen Laosan's gun barrel away. Lin Yuyan growled, Elf, fire. 50 fire elves sprang out like will-o'-the-wisps, disappeared into the earth shield and melted silently. The low burning heat wave and the stench exploded. The remnant's eyes widened and screamed, Fire, fire elf? Pretending to be a pig? Chen Laosan, you are selling fake goods. Chen Laosan's soul flew away, his earth gun melted, and he knelt down with a trembling voice. Queen, please forgive me. I'm the traitor, all the information is revealed. Boss Gu on the second floor of the mine is replenishing the nuclear furnace. The water and fire curse is accelerating. The S++ beast is pulsing, destroying the CBD in 22 minutes. The helicopter buzzed in the distance again, and the red light penetrated the fog and penetrated the mine. The female captain sneered and amplified. Fire magnet, the mining area is blocked. S-level violation, Ruins restricted area, surrender or destroy together. The low voice of the subway in the direction of the CBD intensified, like the heartbeat of hell, and the red light flashed through the sky and the heat wave steamed and distorted the air. Shen Mo pulled Yang into the secret passage, and her bracelet buzzed to identify the source of the fire. Fire girl, pulse from the same source. The bracelet is the magnetic core talisman of the ruins, and your fire is the fragment of the flame core, which can be linked to open taboos. His starry eyes were locked deeply, and his warm magnetic lips were close to his ears. Guard you, the suppression is over, sweep away. Mu Zhu sensed the lock, and screamed in excitement, slapped the traitor in the face. The number of elves is 60, Yu Yang's level has increased, and the ruins' coordinates are accurate. The remaining party members crawled to the ground with weak legs, and a local hero rubbed his eyes and cried, I just mocked the weak chicken, and now 50 elves silently destroy the shield? The queen pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, God. Queen Lin Yuyan lost her temper and glanced at Chen Laosan, get out, join in. But the oppression did not dissipate. Ji Yuhan laughed loudly in the depths of the abandoned mine. The rats have sneaked in to seal the hole, and the female captain Shui Ling has joined forces to explore the mine. The sulphurous heat wave at the mouth of the abandoned mine is like a beast panting. Black clouds are rolling, mixed with the corrosive and sour smell of the red mist of the virus. In the distance, there are fires in the sky in the direction of the shopping mall in the western suburbs. Screams are like a surging tide, faintly mixed with the crisp sound of broken glass and the shrill cries of children. Lin Yuyan's eyes were fixed on the sea of fire, and her heart was as tight as an iron hook. For 22 minutes, the CBD nuclear furnace self-destructed and pulsed like a heart beating wildly. Ji Yuhan's body chanted a curse to replenish his energy, and the S++ monster woke up in the ruins. The global virus spread the prelude to the doomsday. But now, there are 5,000 fires in the western suburbs, and Ji Yuhan is trying to make it clear, force her to show up, surround the market road. The government's Water Shield Alliance remnants block the mining area, and the hot search barrage is still showing. The fire magnetic queen weakly exploded and fled. The hero surrendered at the end of the road. She pinched the bleeding threads with her fists, used the fire in her meridians to heal her wounds. 60 elves hid in her palms like grains of rice or will-o'-the-wisps. The queen's aura made her chest as tight as a fire cage, and her psychological game was like a blazing flame burning her heart. She rushed to the mall to save people, exposed the fire magnetic linkage, and accelerated the destruction of the nuclear furnace in the mine. She sneaked into the ruins and destroyed the furnace, and thousands of innocent people were buried in a sea of fire. The internet has already shouted, Fire Lady traitor, Ji Yuhan Empire saves the world? How far does it go to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? The whole city was transformed into a cemetery of steel bars. Is she, Lin Yuyan, who had gone from awakening novice to S-class fire prevention queen, just kneeling like this? Mu Zhudanfeng's eyes widened, her sensory web swept across the western suburbs like a spider's thread, her voice trembled as low as a sob, Yu Yang. On the 5th floor of the shopping mall, 5,000 fires were running through the elevators. The smoke poisoned the glass curtain wall and collapsed. Thousands of people were trapped in the children's area on the top floor, and their heartbeats were as chaotic as a rainstorm. Ji Yuhan's 50 superpower remnants infiltrated, and the 3 elements of water, fire, and earth led the team, mocking the live broadcast. You guys, come to rescue me? The boss is offering a reward for your dog's head. The government drone turned to the mall. The female captain's heartbeat locked your frequency, and shouted, S-level violation appears, the fire will be arrested. She pinched the white flesh of her palm and turned it. Her usually playful face was twisted with despair, and the smelly sweat mixed with the virus fog. Mu Zhu stared suddenly, and the sensory network exploded. Alarm! Ji Yuhan's medium-sized fire test. The Shijia shopping mall was ignited. 5,000 fires were chained. the heat wave forced the heroes to appear, and surrounded the market road. The agents of the Water Shield Alliance and the Remnant Party blocked us for 5 minutes within the clock. The wind blows from the abandoned mine and black clouds press down. The stench of the virus mixes with the heat wave. The countdown to the nuclear explosion is like a death scythe. The eyes of the Fire Magnetic Alliance are filled with fighting intent, but they are filled with boundless oppression. Outside the steel jungle, the fire of the shopping mall looms, and screams begin. Chen Laosan's short and fat body was still trembling, the earth gun was melted and his palms were bloody. He knelt down and stared at Lin Yuyan's grey-haired and earth-faced figure. The ferocious smile he had just mocked at the Fire Magnetic weak chicken turned into ashes. His trembling voice was like a candle in the wind. Queen's power. 50 elves silently destroy my earth shield, pretend to be pigs and passers-by to eat tigers, surrender. The culvert on the left side of the second floor of the mine is 5 meters wide. Boss Gu's curse area there are no guards, and the water and fire nets go directly to the heart of the furnace. But the leader of the team, Li Sai, is chanting the chain fire, and the government is joining forces, and the red light hound is sniffing your fire. With tears and snot mixed with the smell of sulfur, he crawled forward to present the Earth map, and the tunnel mural flashed with red and blue monsters, and Jiyu Han's shadow floated. Shen Moxing's eyes were as gloomy as the abyss, the blue arc of his bracelet made a muffled thunder, and the magnetic warmth of his palms was tightly clasped around Lin Yuyan's waist. The magnetic threads protected the meridians to block the virus, but they could not stop the depression in his heart like an iron hook. Just now the mine mouth whispered, "Watch you sweep," now the sea of fire screamed harshly, and the low hum of CBD intensified and the earth shook. Veins popped out on his forehead, his eyes locked on the brim of her embarrassed hat behind his sunglasses, and he mentally growled, "Fire girl." From the forehead kiss in the warehouse to the linked red and blue, her fire recognized the same origin as the bracelet, and the ruins talisman pulsed and became sticky like fate. But the government's hot search for those who are divided and awakened, half of them are licking Jiyu Han's empire dream. She, the queen, is isolated and helpless. How can his magnetic ring allow her to survive the fire alone? Roaring magnetic suppression, fire girl, put out the fire in the shopping mall and cut off the temptation. Chen Feng drew my magnetic vortex to open the culvert, you and I linked up with the low-frequency concealment, Mu Shua navigated, Chen Laosan and the Remnant Party faked a landing to mislead the agents. The suppression is over, Jiyu Han's dog legs. When she finished speaking, the bracelet buzzed to test and covered her palm, the red and blue light flashed slightly, linking the warm current flowing through the meridians, and the pain was healed like honey. Lin Yuyan's heart trembled, her fiery eyes flashing as the game unfolded like a storm. Save them all, expose the alliance, the mine accelerates and destroys 100,000 lives in the CBD, abandons the mall and goes straight to the market. Jiyu Han outflanks thousands of people and turns them into ashes. The internet will forever label him as the traitor of the massacre. The queen's momentum was as suppressed as a volcano, and she gritted her teeth and whispered, "Shen Mo." The emotions are sticky at the same time, support me. But 1,000 people screamed like knives, my fire summons upgraded, I am immune to fire and water, try it. Go to the mall pretending to be a pig, eat Jiyu Han's 50 dog legs, cut off the temptation and then dive into the mine. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air was poisonous and smelly, the meridians expanded and hurt like tearing. 60 elves sprang out of the body, and the low-frequency rotating mist-swallowing heat waves evaporated the dirt. The number surged to 70 or 80, and the skin was red and glowing like a phoenix. The summoning range was 1,000 meters away to explore the fire veins of the western suburbs. The spirit roared, "Grow up!" The level rises, the elves are hidden silently, and the queen is resurrected. Muzu screamed to suppress her excitement. synchronized 98. Yu Yang is immune to rising, and is invulnerable to water and fire attacks. The remnants of the party knelt down in fear with a heartbeat, and Chen Larasan received the fake surrender and dragged the agent for 5 minutes. Chen Larasan got up and shouted at the remnant party, "Brothers, betray the water. The Queen of Fire and Magnetic is invincible, the Earth Shield flies away, lick the boss? Kneel down? The new king." The 20 remnants' legs were weak and their eyes widened. The maniacal laughter that they had just laughed at bone-melting nuclear explosion broke into tears. 50 elves pretended to be pigs to destroy the shield? God! The third one took the lead, pretending to mislead the water shield, and swept the fire magnet. The 4-person alliance's eyes intertwined with fighting intent. Lin Yuyan pulled up the brim of her hat and pretended to be a passerby. Shen Mo's sunglasses were low-frequency hidden magnets. Mu Zhu pretended to be a commoner's heartbeat. Chen Feng's U-disc projected the side view of the mall, the secret passage in the elevator shaft, the source of the fire, the power distribution room on the 5th floor. The night wind howled as they rushed in the black fog. The remnants of the party yelled, "Wutsi is heading east to the market, we are blocking the agents." The female captain's loudspeaker echoed coldly, "The remnants of the party rebelled?" The drone locked the mall. Wutsi violated the rules and put out the fire and arrested them, and the whole network broadcast the righteous hunt. The helicopter roared overhead, and the red light was glaring. The western suburbs shopping mall was in flames like a hell. The glass curtain walls were melting and dripping with red wax. Thick black pillars of smoke were rising into the sky, and there was a smell of burnt meat. The screams of "Help, Mom!" were like ghosts crying, and glass shards on the ground pricked the feet and caused pungent blood. 5,000 fire types were chained through the elevator shaft, wires squeaked and exploded with sparks. Ji Yuhan's 50 remnants of supernatural powers surrounded the power distribution room and laughed wildly. Waterman's mist net sucked oxygen, Fireman chanted and pushed the fire wave. Earth King Li Sai sealed the children's area on the top floor with a wall of earth, and the stocky figure smiled ferociously during the live broadcast. Fire magnetism, rats, come to save thousands of people? The boss is offering a reward of tens of millions, and the government and water shields are joining forces. Let's kneel down. The barrage goes up. The Fire Queen is at her end. The GU Empire is saving the world. Passers-by's mobile phones are live broadcasting, and the trend is, where is the hero in the sea of fire? Lin Yuyan's heart is burning, and the psychological game has reached its peak. She shows up to put out the fire. The government arrests the queen, hides the source of the destruction, and the remnants surround and kill thousands of people? The fiery eyes were cold, suppressing the queen's aura, pretending to be grey, and passers-by rushed into the elevator shaft. The residual stench of sewage mixed with burnt smell hit her nose. Shen Mo, link amplification. Mu Zhu locked her heartbeat. Chen Feng too opened the side door. Shen Mo's figure flashed, the blue arc of the magnetic ring exploded, and the red and blue threads stuck to her palms. Crazy entanglement, synchronized like heartbeats, warm currents flowing through the body and pain turning into honey. Fire girl. I love you. From the forehead kiss in the warehouse to the same origin in the marketplace, I will protect you for the rest of my life, and sweep away the doomsday. The confession magnetically roared and stirred the heart, and her fire trembled in response, with a psychological sweetness, depression, and shattering love. In the jungle of steel bars, his starry eyes were locked deeply, and his magnetism was as warm as life. The heat wave in the elevator shaft steamed my face, the fire burned the iron, and the waterman's mist arrow burned as hot as acid. Lin Yuyan gritted her teeth and charged forward, her body flushed from the fire. Her immunity to upgraded water and fire attacks was like a breeze, and the mist arrows were evaporated without any damage. She roared, "Elves, open 100 ways." 100 fire elves rushed like will-o'-the-wisps into the sea of fire, silently devouring 5,000 fire seeds, and the heat wave backfired on the remaining party. Earth King Li Sai's eyes widened, the earth wall collapsed and lava flowed, and he trembled and broke. Fire, fire spirit Mokudao? A passerby pretending to be a pig? He just mocked a weak chicken, and now he is silently extinguishing the source of the fire? Brothers, the Fire Queen is resurrected. Waterman screamed and the mist net flew away, and Fireman knelt down with bones melting, immune to water and fire? Boss's test collapse. The barrage turned. Fire magnetic divine power, slapped the dog in the face. Shen Mo's bracelet buzzed loudly, the magnetic vortex absorbed the iron filings of the steel beams of the shopping mall and twisted them into a 50-meter fire and magnetic storm. The red and blue intertwined roar swept through the power distribution room, and the sea of fire swallowed up the 50 remaining members. Iron filings rained down, and Earth King Li Sai's earth shield melted. His legs were weak and blood spurted out. He stared at his soul and said, "The magnetic ring amplifies the fire spirit? The storm burns the city. The fire and magnetic linkage is invincible. Boss GU is offering a reward? Let's sell his information and kneel down." The remnants of the party knelt down. The live broadcast bombarded the screen. The queen pretends to be a pig and eats the dog's legs. Shen Mo confesses to Lin Yuyan. The government hunted the wrong one. Ci saves the world. Passers-by watched from a distance with their mobile phones shaking, and screamed in admiration. Thousands of people were saved. Oxygen is restored to the children's area, and the hero is resurrected. Mushua scanned the top floor with her sensors. Her heartbeat chart was stable, and she screamed excitedly, "Thousands of people are out of danger." Yuyan is immune to S-level water and fire, and is immune to fire and water. The level of the spirit is 150, and the level is rising sharply. The remaining party rebelled and vomited all the water. The heart of the furnace in Gu Han's mine is weak, and the water and fire chanting curse will explode when interrupted. Chen Feng cast in the photo, hands trembling with excitement. The culvert enters the back alley of the shopping mall, leads directly to the second floor, and walks around the earthen wall for 5 minutes. Lin Yuyan's aura of a queen with fiery eyes leaked out, standing in the ashes of the shopping mall, her grey face with the brim of her hat lifted, blushing like a phoenix. Her psychological release was as refreshing as a wave. The depression bounced back. Slap Gu Han in the face to test, grow immunity and link love. Micro-reversal is here. But the red light of the helicopter in the distance was overwhelming, and the female captain's water spirit giant palm took the picture, and the blue waves and fog roared loudly. Fire magnetic fire suppression cover? S-class exposure. The whole network misidentified the villain, Gu Han, the source of the mall fire? Where is the evidence? Surrender or melt. The government drone buzzed and locked the frequency, and the hot search split intensified. Fire magnetic firefighting false, evidence of Gu Empire exposed. The remnant knelt down and trembled and presented the picture. Queen, Boss Gu has just issued a wanted order. There is a reward of hundreds of millions for the Huamai duo. Gangs are chasing them all over the city. The virus nuclear explosion is accelerating for 21 minutes, and the S++ monster pulsating mine is roaring. Shen Mo pulled Yuyan into the culvert in the back alley, put her warm hands on her shoulders and locked eyes with the stars. Fire girl, I love you more than just confess my love. Break the taboo together. Destroy the furnace to protect the city. Lin Yuyan responded with her heart beating thickly, and wrapped a fire thread around her waist. Shen Mo, let's eat Gu Han together. The stench of sewage in the culvert hooked her nose, and the low roar in the tunnel shook the wall. Deep in the ruins Gu Han smiled like thunder. Fire magnetic rats, billions are wanted. Water and fire nets are sealed. S++ wakes up, and burns your ashes. The red light in the CBD was distorted by the heat wave, and the virus mist spread into the night sky. The Fire Magnetic Alliance crawled forward, fighting spirit burned and suppressed. Outside the steel jungle, the mine fire loomed, and the giant beast woke up with a low roar. Chen Laosan led the remnants of the rebellion and roared, "Drag the agent." The queen sweeps. Mu Zhu sensed the heart of the locked furnace, and Chen Feng navigated with blueprints. The 5 people rushed into the darkness, and the countdown to the nuclear explosion was like the countdown of death. In the slight reversal, a new crisis is pressing like a dark cloud. The government is wanted, Ji Yuhan has a $1 billion reward, and the hearts of the awakened people in the city are restless. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? The tunnels are writhing with thorns, the sulfurous heat wave mixed with the virus is smelling rancid, Lin Yuyan's meridians are burning with fire, 150 elves are swallowing fog at a low frequency, and their immunity is unsullied. The psychological game is back again, billions are wanted, are gangsters biting the whole city? Playing the role of the Pig Queen, linking up with Shen Mo and Ari Hua, will the taboo in the ruins trigger destruction or rebirth? She whispered with her fiery eyes locked on him, "Shen Mo, the bracelet is pulsing, the same heat, hold on." He pressed his lips to his ear and said warmly, "Forever guard." A network of water and fire loomed in front, chanting mantras and whispering like inner demons. The remnant party's rebellion surged, and the government's red light was closing in. After the refreshing bounce, the new suppression was like a tide, and the desire was coming again. The sewage from the culvert is rolling like ink, and the putrid smell mixed with the red mist of the virus corrodes the lungs. With every step, the thorns on the pit wall tear the sleeves, and the bleeding marks are burning and stinging. Lin Yuyan's grey face was lowered with the brim of her hat lowered, her fiery eyes staring straight ahead at the faint blue and red pulses of the network of water and fire, her low voice chanting a curse like the whisper of an inner demon that was deafening. The fire in the meridians burned like lava, and 150 fire elves swallowed the mist at a low frequency, blushing like a phoenix in flames, but they couldn't suppress the iron hook in their hearts. 21 minutes, the CBD nuclear furnace's destruction pulse accelerated, and Ji Yuhan's gangster offered a $1 billion bounty biting the tail. The government's red light hound sniffed closer. From behind, Chen Laosan roared intermittently, "Drag the agents." The remnants of the party are blocking the alley with earth shields. The helicopter roared over the top and the female captain sternly amplified, "Fire magnetic rats, the water at the end of the culvert will dissolve you in the palm of your hand." She pinched the blood with her fists, and the psychological game was like a blazing flame burning her heart. She broke into the furnace and destroyed Ji Yuhan, exposing the queen and wanted the whole city. After a moment of hesitation, the S++ monster awakened and spread the virus around the world, and the steel jungle turned into a tomb of fire, and thousands of souls cried. Mu Zudanfeng's eyes widened, and the sensory web swept deep into the tunnel like a spider's thread. His voice trembled and lowered like tears, "Yu Yang." On the second floor of the mine ahead, the water and fire barrier of Ji Yuhan's body is 100 meters thick. The pulse of the furnace heart beats wildly for 19 minutes to destroy the CBD. The hundreds of remnants of the water, fire, and earth environmental guards chanted incantations to replenish their energy. The leader of the team, Fire King Zhongmeng, laughed. Live broadcast, "The weak chicken is crawling in the culvert? The boss is offering a reward of billions, and the gangsters will bite off your legs." The S-Class Waterman Fog Dragon is hidden behind the Earth shield, and the virus fog sucks oxygen and burns the lungs, and the heartbeat locks your fire frequency. She pinched the white flesh of her palm to open up the blood beads. Her pretty face was twisted in despair and mixed with sweat, and her usual naughty smile turned into ashes. Chen Feng's bald head was crawling against the wall. His face was pale and distorted by the fluorescence of the USB flash drive, and the rotten smell of soft diapers filled the tunnel. He burst into tears and choked with sobs. "Queen, please forgive me." The drawings have the blasting point of the back door at the end of the culvert, and the C4 is timed for 5 seconds to open the heart of the furnace, but Ji Yuhan boasts that he is invincible with water and stoves, and the ruins can a massive nuclear explosion. The plan to destroy the city in flames will not be revealed. The gang's wanted list is hotly searched, and half of the awakened people are licking his empire dream, and we, the intelligence god, can't get out of this shithole. His eyes were bulging and shaking like chaff, and the entire map of the mine was projected with red and blue monsters floating around. Ji Yuhan's sinister smile enlarged. Shen Mo's starry eyes were gloomy and abyss, the blue arc of the bracelet was thundering low, the magnetic warmth of his palms was tightly clasped around Lin Yuyan's waist, the magnetic wires protected the meridians to prevent virus corrosion, the veins on his forehead popped out, and his eyes locked on the brim of her embarrassed hat after wearing sunglasses. The psychological growl is as suppressed as an iron hook. A fire girl, from a forehead kiss in a warehouse to a sex scandal in a shopping mall, the red and blue are linked to the same source. She is the fire type who recognizes the bracelet talisman, but is wanted by the whole city for billions of dollars to bite her. The red light from behind buzzed harshly, and the wind pressure of the helicopter propeller splashed water on her face. He roared magnetically and shattered. "Fire girl, suppress the rebound." Linkage taboo opens, the magnetic whirlpool tears the water and fire net. "You are 150 spirits swallowing the furnace, I will block the gangster's legs. I love you, forever." Destroy Ji Yuhan's dog head. The bracelet buzzed and tried to touch her palm, red and blue light strands wildly wrapped around the warm current flowing through the meridians. The pain was as sweet as healing honey, sticky as the hot entanglement of fate. Lin Yuyan's heart trembled as she gamed the storm with her fiery eyes. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Shen Mo loves fire and supports me. Pretend to be the pig queen in charge." She closed her eyes and inhaled the virus-smelling air deeply to hook her lungs. Her meridians expanded and tore as painful as thousands of needles. Immune to water and fire, unsullied and growing. But the blue and red flames of the water and fire net in front roared towards the face, the mist dragon of the water hero circled and sucked oxygen, and the short and stocky figure of the Fire King Zhongmeng smiled ferociously on the live broadcast. "Rat crawling out of the culvert? Emperor Jiyu is invincible in the heart of the furnace, billions of rewards are offered to bite you to pieces." Barrage brush, kneeling with fire magnets, ruins of the Fire Sea Empire dream. The Earth Shield is as thick as a mountain and crushes the tunnel. The remnant party laughs wildly as they push the fire waves, their faces are steamed by the stinky heat of burnt meat and sulfur, and their feet are bloody with molten red wax dripping from the tunnel walls. Mu Zhu screamed to suppress her despair. Wulong's heartbeat is S-level, oxygen inhalation, and lung burning. Hundreds of remnant party members blocked the road, and the gang reinforcements shouted from outside the pit, "Billions of bounties, tear up the fire girl." The government female captain slapped the end of the ditch with her water palm, and the red light hound lock frequency buzzed. Chen Feng's projection shook, "Backdoor C4. But soil you can't climb even if you are blocked by a shield." The remnants of the local knights roared like thunder. "Weak chickens, Boss Jiyu boasts of being invincible, the energy of the ruins explodes, you will be wiped out." Lin Yuyan lowered her face and pretended to be a passerby. Her mentality was as high as a cage of fire, the whole city was licking her, she was wanted, and the heart of the furnace was 19 points. The queen knelt down. Suddenly, Shen Mo's bracelet exploded with a blue arc and flashed wildly. The magnetic vortex roared like a black hole and tore apart the iron filings and gravel in the tunnel. The 50-meter fire and magnetic storm was intertwined with red and blue and roared forward. The heavy rain of iron filings raked the earth shield and melted it. The water hero's mist dragon twisted and absorbed it and collapsed. The Fire King Zhongmeng's eyes widened and his stocky body was weak and his legs were weak and spurted blood. Magnetic whirlpool tearing the fog dragon? Grey-faced passerby in the culvert pretending to be a pig? Just mocked the weak chicken, and now the storm is burning the city-level silent earth-destroying shield? Brothers, the power of fire and magnetism is linked. Kneeling in disbelief, the native warrior wiped his tears and runny nose. 200 elves are hiding in the fire wave? Boss Gu boasts of being invincible? Sell his information and kneel to the queen. They prostrated and offered soil guns, and the live broadcast barrage exploded. Fire magnetic culverts swept across. Kneeling on the dog's legs, trending search. The queen is invincible and slaps the imperial dream in the face. Lin Yuyan's fiery eyes leaked cold electricity. She lifted her hat, her grey face flushed and the phoenix exploded. The queen's aura overwhelmed the stagnant air in the tunnel, and she roared, "Elf, open all the way." 200 fire elves silently ran through the water and fire net like a will-o'-the-wisp, devouring blue and red pulse heat waves and backfired on the barrier, and the stinking lava flowed from the pit walls. Jiu Han's lingering laughter from afar was like thunder. Rat people, the linkage taboo? Water and fire are blocked by the net. S++ wakes up and bites you. But the barrier shattered. The red light of the hearth of the second floor of the mine was exposed. The giant beast pulsated and roared, shaking the ground, and the red column of virus mist shot into the sky with the smell of roasted meat. The four people ran out of the end of the culvert. Chen Feng's hands were shaking and he pressed C4 to set the timer. Beep, beep, 5 seconds. The back door explodes the weak point of the heart of the furnace. Boom. The earth wall of the back door collapsed and rocks flew like rain, and the pulse of the huge furnace of water and fire in the heart beat wildly for 18 minutes. The shadow of Jiu Han's black robe floated in the center, with a pale handsome face and a ferocious smile while chanting a curse and pinching the blue and red beads. Fire magnetic rats, have you finally come? You boast of invincible water furnaces, nuclear explosions of ruins energy, and the dream of destroying the city in the Sea of Fire Empire. The global virus is spreading, and you thousands of people in the shopping mall can't stop me. The gangsters are offering billions of dollars to bite me, and the gangsters are kneeling down on me. The 100 Remnant Party roared to replenish energy, and the Waterman missed net and Fireman pushed the Wave Earth King to block the road. The hot search was, GUDI is invincible, and the fire magnetic head is on the head. The female Captain Shui Ling slapped the sky with a giant palm and shouted, "Where is the evidence of Jiu Han's violation?" Chen Feng's bald head was lying on the ground, his pale and distorted face reflected in the flashlight of the USB flash drive, and the stench of soft diapers filled the air. He was choking with tears. "Queen, please forgive me." The internal map includes a map of the second floor of the abandoned mine, the heart of Jiu Han's body with water and furnace, and the side culverts surrounding the Earth shield. "Tell me, Chen Larasan." His eyes bulged as he poked at the pudgy traitor, and his voice cracked like broken glass. 50/50ths, I'll vomit it all. But the mall is surrounded by fire, the road is blocked by the remnants of the Earth, and the Waterman's mist net sucks oxygen, and we, the intelligence god, can't save 1,000 people. Shen Moxing's eyes locked on Jiu Han, his bracelet buzzed loudly and exploded with a blue arc. The magnetic vortex absorbed the iron filings from the steel beams of the mine, and the red and blue roar of 100 meters storm swept through the heart of the furnace. The heavy rain of iron filings was like a machine gun blasting the remnant's earthen shield and melting it. Aquaman's mist network twisted and collapsed, screaming that his lungs were burning, and Fireman's bones melted and he knelt down and spurted blood. The magnetic ring is forbidden to open? The storm swallowed 100 people. Boss Gu's boast of invincibility collapsed. The information was sold, the betrayal was all vomited, the plan to destroy the city, the relic black crystal detonated the fire chain in the whole city, the virus caused global doomsday. The wave of remnant parties. Kneeling soul flying, Tuang Li crawls on weak legs to offer beads. Queen, spare your life. Black crystal back door, full view of the destroyed city. Emperor Jiyu uses ruin energy to burn the steel jungle, the awakened empire slave. The live broadcast barrage went crazy. Fire magnet sweeps across the heart of the furnace. Jiyu Dogleg kneels down and spits out the plan, slapping the invincible empire in the face. Queen Lin Yuyan was full of momentum. She stood in the fire with her blushing phoenix wings exploding. She glared at Jiyu Han with fiery eyes like molten lava. She roared that her inner demons were shattered. Jiyu Han, test it out. Fire spirit, 300. 300 fire elves will-o'-the-wisps silently swallowed the pulse of the furnace. The water and fire barrier was 100 meters thick and evaporated to dryness. The heat wave backfired and the burnt edges of Jiyu Han's black robe were exposed. The black crystal of the ruins was exposed with pulsating red and black light threads. Jiyu Hansang's face was distorted and he was grinning. He chanted a spell with blue and red beads and accelerated the pulse by 17 points. You little bitch, the forbidden linkage? The S++ giant beast bites you to pieces. Destroy the city in a sea of fire, and the dream of the empire is invincible. But the fire elf drilled into the heart of the bead, and the bead burst into blue and red juice. Muzu's senses swept wildly, and the red phoenix eyes were bloodshot and trembling with excitement. Weakness lock. Jiyu Han chants the curse beat heart, the black crystal of the ruins energy disappears, and the pulse is broken after destroying the bead. Emotions are synchronized 99, Yu Yang and Shen Mo are at full value, and the heartbeats are the same. She screamed and guided the way, her voice broke in admiration. The queen's aura crushes the crippled party to their knees. At S++ level, the fire elf detects the pulse in 300 hidden ways. Shen Mo magnetically warmed his palms to stick to Lin Yuyan. The red and blue combined warmth flowed through her body like honey. Her starry eyes locked deeply and she confessed in a low voice, "Fire girl, I love you from the same origin, and I will keep it forever." The magnetic vortex locks the black crystal. Cracks appeared on the bracelet, the ancient talisman floated and pointed at the core of the ruins, the blue arc sucked the black crystal and twisted and collapsed, and the red column of virus mist rolled back into the mine. Jiyu Han spat out black blood, his black robe was burning, his legs were weak and he retreated, and his shadow escaped into the cracks in the earth. Fire magnetism, taboo origin? Ancient secrets of cracked bracelets? The core of the ruins is waiting for you. S++ will wake up and bite the ashes. His figure flew away and fled, and the remnant party all knelt down in tears. Emperor Jiyu is seriously injured and escaped. The queen's aura is invincible. A slap in the face will destroy the city's dream. Chen Feng projected the weakness of the black crystal on the USB flash drive, and the explosive bomb with trembling hands. Boom. The back door opened, and the map of the city's destruction was fully displayed. Jiyu Hanshu's energy chain 50,000 fire seeds, CBD first exploded the virus around the world. Muzu screamed in admiration. Thousands of people are out of danger in the shopping mall, now the whole city is rescued. The queen is immune to S++ bathing in fire, 500 elves, 5,000 meters of fire-swallowing veins. The fire in the mine collapsed, the beast's pulse weakened by 16%, and the hot search outside the steel jungle exploded. Fire magnet destroys the furnace and vomits the plan. Jiyu Han, the dog emperor, escapes. The queen is unparalleled. Passers-by watched from a distance, their mobile phones shaking and screaming, and they became frantic. The hero is resurrected. The sea of fire in the ruins is cut off. The virus is stopped. But the government melee broke out, and the female captain's water-spirited giant palm hit the heart of the furnace with a blue wave, and the fog roared loudspeaker piercingly. Evidence USB flash drive? Ji Yuhan's escape is evidence of the villain alliance. S-class violation, all arrests. The drone's red light hound buzzed and locked frequency and straft, and the helicopter sprayed flames and bombarded the landslide. The remnants rebelled and yelled, "The government licked the wrong dog. Fire magnets will save the world." Chen Laosan led the earth shield behind the palace to block the bullets, shouting intermittently, "Drag! Queen sweeps!" The gang reinforcements roared outside the pit, billions in bounty bites the tail. Lin Yuyan's fiery eyes locked the Shen Mo bracelet with cracks. The ancient talisman pulsates with heat as if it comes from the same source of fire, and the psychological shock is sweet, love is sticky with fire, and taboos are opened. The queen's momentum overwhelmed the chaos, and she roared, "Shen Mo, the secret of the bracelet, the core of the ruins?" He pressed his lips to his ear and said warmly, "The ancient relics come from the same source, pointing to destruction and rebirth. Fire girl, guard together." The red and blue light silk was wrapped around the waist and sticky, linked to the stormwater palm. The iron filings backfired and the drone exploded, causing sparks to fly. Mu Zhu sensed Ji Yuhan's escape and said, "The cracked road in the east ruins. The black crystal broken virus is weak, the gangsters are biting the tail, the government is slapping, and the CBD pulse is slow at 16 points." Chen Feng projected the fire pulse map of the whole city, and cried excitedly with trembling hands, "The 50-50 point split is worth it. The plan to destroy the city is spread all over the internet, and the Queen God is a hot search." The remaining party knelt down to protect the road. Fire is invincible, licking the government? Betrayal and sweep. The embers of the mine evaporated in the heat wave, and Ji Yuhan fled to the east ruins and disappeared, smiling like a ghost. "The bracelet is cracked, the core of the ruins, etc." S++ is fully awake, the doomsday continues. The cracks in Shen Mo's bracelet expanded, and the golden light of the ancient talisman appeared on the ruins map, pulsing, pointing to the core of the deep ruins in the city, and the black and red energy shadow began to appear. Lin Yuyan's heartbeat was sticky and locked onto him, and threads of fire wrapped around her palms. Shen Mo, the same source of heat. Ari Shou, let's eat the core together. The fighting spirit was burning and the suppression was shattered, but there was a new hook. The government suspected of turning into a gangster. Ji Yuhan revenge of serious injuries. The forbidden core of the ruins is opened. The 16-point CBD is slowly destroyed. New crises are surging. The fire in the steel jungle is raging again. The beast is roaring and awakening. The whole city is agitated. The fire magnetic alliance is crawling in pursuit, and the Queen's Road is about to start again. The cracked road in the east ruins is covered with thorns, rotting fog, and hooked noses. Ji Yuhan's blood shadow is intermittent. The gangsters are shouting, "Bounty billions." The government's red light is hesitant to fire. Mu Zhu screams the navigation. Call coordinate lock. Emotional synchronization is full, and the words are beautiful and ink. Unparalleled? Chen Feng's drawing projected the relic veins, and Chen Laosan's queen yelled, "The queen is resurrected." Lin Yuyan's grey face reappeared, and the fire-eyed queen flashed the game. The ancient secret split, the same source of love, destruction, or rebirth. She whispered the fire in Shen Mo's palm. "Hold on, sweep." He responded warmly, "Forever." The red light of the ruins in front loomed, the virus mist expanded and the night sky was distorted, the excitement was burning, and the new suppression was about to explode. The fissures in the east ruins are like the rotting intestines of a giant beast. The hooked noses of thorns and vines pierce the flesh, the red threads of the rotting fog virus invade the lungs, every breath of rust and blood mixed with sulfur burns the throat, and the walls of the pit drip with black juice and make the feet sizzling. Lin Yuyan's grey face was lowered with the brim of her hat lowered, her fiery eyes were locked on the core of the pulsating ruins in front of her, the fire in her meridians was burning like lava, 250 fire elves were surrounding her at a low frequency, swallowing mist to suppress her blush. The shadow of the phoenix's wings was faintly about to explode, but she was forced to act like a passerby. Heart-wrenching, the CBD pulse slows down and turns crazy at 16 minutes. Ji Yuhan is seriously injured and the bloody figure flees east to gather the remnants of the gang. The gangsters are offering billions of dollars in rewards, and they are shouting, "Tear them down." The government's red light hesitantly shoots the female team with a buzzing sound. Chang sneered and loudly announced, "S-level violation, the entrance is blocked and all are destroyed." Chen Laosan led the rebel remnants of the Tuduan palace and shouted intermittently, "Drag the dog." The queen is chasing eastward, but the earth and stone giants guarding the ruins in front roared and whispered, and the 100-meter-high wall pulsated. On the blue and red water and fire network, Ji Yuhan's gloomy smile projection floated in the air and magnified ferociously. "The fire and magnet couple are crawling to die?" The ruins core S++ is fully awakened, the city destruction device is activated, and the 50,000 fire chain CBD first explodes the virus around the world. The remaining party obeys the order. The sanitation supplement can crush them. The gang bounty is doubled. The government licks my imperial dream. The live broadcast outside the tunnel is invincible. Ci kneels at the ruins gate. The linkage of weak chickens cannot break the core, and the sea of fire is coming. Mu Zudanfeng's eyes were round and bloodshot, and the web of perception swept deep into the entrance like a spider's thread. His voice trembled and broke like tears. "Yu Yang. There are hundreds of S-class Earth spirits guarding the entrance to the ruins. The water and fire net is 200 meters thick to replenish energy." Ji Yuhan's remnant party gathered 50 times and chanted a black crystal repair pulse. 15 points destroyed the CBD. The leader of the guards, the stone demon, mocked, "A passerby with a grey face on fire?" GUDI has offered a reward of billions to bite off his leg and wake up. They all lick the invincible stove. The gangster fog dragon in the back is sizzling and sucking oxygen. The virus is burning in the lungs, locking your fire, and the red light lock of the government drone is buzzing. Her fingers pinched the white flesh of her palms, sweating in despair, and she screamed, "The entrance is sealed, I can't climb." Shen Mo's bracelet is cracked and the ancient talisman is hot, and the heartbeat is sticky and unbearable. Chen Feng's bald head was crawling against the wall and shaking the chaff. His face was pale and distorted by the fluorescence of the USB flash drive. His legs were soft and the smell of putrid diapers filled the cracks, and he was crying and choking like a dog. "Queen, please forgive me." The blueprint locks the entrance to the back door C for explosive point, but the Earth Spirit giant wall blocks it. Ji Yuhan boasts that the core is invincible. S++ fully awakens to the end of the virus. The city-destroying device engulfed all the high-rises in the city. The gangsters wanted to lick him for revenge, and our intelligence god also kneeled down in the shithole. His eyes were bulging and his nose was filled with tears. The red and black beast shadow was floating around in the projected ruins. Ji Yuhan's blood-stained face said with a sinister smile, "The information was sold out, and the traitor's legs were cut into pieces." Shen Mo's starry eyes were as gloomy as ink. The blue arc of his bracelet was cracked and the thunder was low and harsh. The magnetic warmth in his palms was tightly clasped around Lin Yuyan's waist. The magnetic wires protected the meridians to block the virus from corroding the red mist. The blue veins on his forehead popped out and his eyes locked on her grey face behind the sunglasses. Psychological growl, suppressed iron hook and heart-wrenching. Fire girl. From forehead kiss in warehouse to love in the mine, red and blue are linked with the same source of sticky. Her fire recognizes the bracelet talisman. The black crystal shatters and seriously injures Gu dog. But the core of the ruins is S++ biting the tail? The roar of gangsters and the sound of gunshots were heard from behind, and the red light drone's wind pressure and sewage splashed on his face. He roared with magnetism that shattered his throat. Fire girl, suppress the rebound. The entrance guard is magnetically torn apart, linking the ancient secrets of the repair bracelet. You 500 elves swallow the core. I block the remnants of the gang. I love you forever and destroy Gu Han's dream of empire. The bracelet buzzed in her palm, the red and blue light wrapped around her meridians like honey to heal the pain, the sticky heat wrapped around the chain of fate, and the golden light of the cracked ancient talisman pulsated slightly to recognize the fire. Lin Yuyan's heart was trembling, her fiery eyes were burning like a storm in the game. She gritted her teeth and whispered with bloodshot lips, Shen Mo. The love fire supports me. Pretend to be the pig queen and rush into the entrance. She closed her eyes and inhaled the rotten mist deeply, cooking her lungs to rust and burning. Her meridians were torn apart by thousands of needles, the pain was high, the fire essence, the number of spiritual movements surged 350 times, and the low-frequency spin around the body swallowed red threads. The skin was red with fire and the phoenix wing shadow suppressed it. The summoning range was 3,000 meters to explore the ruins. The fire pulse locked the core. The inner demon roared, level up to S+++. Immune to viruses and survive fire and water, growing up is a joy. But in front of us, hundreds of roaring earth spirits pounded with stone fists, cracking the road and causing landslides. Stone fragments rained down on flesh and blood, and the blue and red flames of water and fire hit our faces and steamed the air. Core S++ wakes up and bites the ashes. Brothers, the billions of bounties tear off the fire magnetic legs. The barrage brush, kneel down to the imperial dream, and the weak chickens fly away. The remaining party laughed wildly and pushed the rocks into the fire mist, and the sulfur-burning nose pit walls were dripping with red wax and burning their feet, and the huge wall at the entrance was as thick as a mountain. During the chaotic battle, Lin Yuyan's 300 elves swallowed the water palm and steamed it dry. The queen's blush suppressed the female captain's heartbeat. The female captain's eyes widened and her eyes trembled. S++ is immune to the fire? 500 fire elves silently destroyed the palm? Mistaken for the villain? Hot search the USB flash drive for evidence. The drone fell into a fireball, and the remnants of the government retreated. Back off. The gangsters grinned and knelt down outside the pit. The billionaire reward is serious, and he is betraying the queen. Suddenly, Mushua's sensory network exploded. Dan Feng's eyes widened and she screamed with excitement, entrance weak point lock. Stone magic beat heart earth vein, C4 explodes the back door in 3 seconds. Chen Feng's hands shook and he pressed beep, beep, beep for 3 seconds. Boom. The earth wall at the back door collapsed, flying rocks hit the face in the heavy rain. Muzu's fire wire sense exploded into the heart of the stone demon bead, and Chen Feng's USB flash drive projected the entire picture with red and black veins showing weaknesses. The leader of the stone demon stared at the cracks in his stone eyes. His giant body and legs were soft and stone dust spurted out blood and roared. Perception, intelligence god explosion pearl? Gray-faced best friend pretending to be a pig? Just mocked the weak chicken, and now the back door is open after the earth veins are broken? Brothers, the power of the Fire Magnetic Alliance. The 50 remnants of the party fell to their knees with their souls flying, and Shishir rubbed the stone in his eyes with tears and runny nose. Fuwu, 300 elves swallowing the fire net? Emperor Gu's revenge is invincible? Selling information, betraying the water and kneeling to the queen. They crawled and presented the gun beads picture, and the live broadcast barrage exploded like crazy. Mushua Chen Feng's guards swept across. Ji Yugo knelt down, slapping the ruins gate's imperial dream in the face. Hot search, the queen of intelligence is unparalleled. Muzu screamed in despair, the heart of the stone demon is S-level, and the oxygen inhaled and burned in the lungs. The remnant party blocked the road for 50, and the gang reinforcements shouted, double the bounty, bite the queen. The female government captain slapped the water palm at the end of the road, and the blue waves were covered with fog. Chen Feng's projection shook and cracked. Backdoor C4, the earth spirit blocks, kneel down. Xie roared like thunder. The fire magnet is weak. Jiyu Dai's core is invincible. The virus is all over the world. Lin Yuyan lowered her face and pretended to be a passerby, suppressing the fire at her peak. The whole city was licking Jiyu for revenge, the core was destroyed, and the queen was kneeling? Lin Yuyan's fiery eyes revealed cold electricity, the grey hat lifted, the queen's aura cracked the air, and the air was as stagnant as lead, and she roared to pieces of inner demons. Elves, open the entrance. 350 fire elves and will-o-wisps rushed silently through the remains of the earth spirits, devouring the blue and red fire network. Pulse heatwave backfired on the giant wall, the stinking charred stone evaporated, lava flowed from the pit wall, and stone fragments flowed like rain. Jiyu Hanyuan's core residual smile projection was intermittently like thunder and cracked fiercely. Two people worked together to slap the guard in the face? The core water and fire net block, S++ wakes up and bites it to pieces. But the net evaporated and flew away, and the entrance to the ruins exposed red light and black crystals, pulsating and roaring, earthquake-shaking virus fog, red pillars rising into the sky, and the smell of burning stones. The four people rushed in. Mu Zhu and Chen Feng were guarding the door and shot the remaining gangsters. Chen Larasan shouted, "Guard the entrance. Drag the gang government." The core of the ruins is like the abyss of ancient purgatory, the red and black energy wall pulsates and whispers like the inner demon chanting a curse, the virus fog is as thick as plasma and rotting bones, the black crystal giant beast shadow relief in the central ancient altar smiles ferociously, and the golden light of the ancient talisman is faintly floating, echoed by the cracks of the ink bracelet. Jiyu Han's blood shadow was hidden behind the altar, the edges of his black robe were burnt, his pale handsome face was twisted and he was grinning, chanting a curse and pinching the residual beads. The fire magnet finally climbed to the core. Boasting an invincible city-destroying device, the ruins S++ is fully awakened, 50,000 fires chain high-rise buildings with fire swallowing the virus around the world. The remaining party can bite with 50 supplements, awakening the slaves of the empire, the gangster government will bite you. Hot search on the live broadcast. Jiyu Dai's core is invincible, Was CI is going to die. The 50 remaining members roared around the altar and chanted the curse of water, fire, and earth, and the black crystal pulse repaired the 14-point CBD, and the live broadcast said, "The empire is restored." Was CI kneels down. Shen Mo's starry eyes locked on the altar, the cracks in his bracelet exploded and golden light flashed wildly, the ancient talisman floating ruins map pulsated loudly, the magnetic whirlpool black hole roared and tore the iron filings and stone pillars of the ruins, and the 150-meter red and blue storm roared and swept through the core. Heavy rain of iron filings and machine gun blasts melted the earth shields of the remnants of the party. Waterman's mist net twisted and collapsed and screamed, his lungs were burned and ashes flew away, Fireman's bones melted and he knelt down and sprayed out black blood and roared, "Open the ancient talisman of the magnetic ring?" The storm swallowed 50, Emperor Gu's boast of invincibility collapsed. The rebellious party vomited all the rebellion, city-destroying device, high-rise building chain, virus doomsday. The wave of remnants of the party. Kneeling and soul-stricken, the Earth King crawled on his short, fat legs and presented the black crystal picture, "Queen, spare your life." The core ancient altars fire and magnetism have the same origin, and the artifact's fusion destroys everything. The live broadcast barrage turned wildly, Shen Mo's magnetic whirlpool core swept across. Jiugo's legs knelt down and spat out the device, slapping the dream of the invincible empire in the face. Hot search for the god of fire and magnetism. Queen Lin Yuyan was full of momentum. She stood on the fire and blushed. The phoenix wings exploded. She glared at Ji Han with molten eyes and roared, Ji Han, break with revenge. Elf, 400. 400 fire elves were like phoenixes and ghosts. The wildfire swallowed the altar silently and pulsed. The water and fire barrier was 300 meters thick. Ji Hansang's face twisted and grinned, and he chanted a curse to accelerate the pulse for 13 minutes, the couple's forbidden interaction. The S++ giant beast bites the ashes. Destroy the city in a sea of fire, and high-rise buildings engulf the dream of the empire. But the fire elf diamond crystal heart, the crystal cracked and black and red juice sprayed, the pulse intermittent, the shadow of the giant beast howling shook the ruins, and the stone pillars collapsed like rain. Mushua's pretty face twisted in admiration and screamed, and her guiding voice cracked with excitement, the entrance is open. The stone magic bead shatters the earth and the spirit collapses, the remnant party rebels to protect the road, Ji Han's core projection bursts into laughter. Chen Feng's cry turned into a frantic shaking of the projection, 50-50 split explosion. All the city-destroying devices are destroyed picture, the core black and red energy activates the high-rise fire. The rebel stone man crawled on his knees and shouted, Queen, spare your life. Emperor Jiyu gathered 50 black crystals, S++ fully awakened the virus, but all the information was revealed, the core ancient artifact lock, the fire and magnetism are invincible. Shen Mo warms his palms and sticks to Lin Yuyan's slender waist. The combination of red and blue warms the whole body like honey to heal the pain. The ancient talisman's golden light flashing bracelet heals the cracks of the floating ruins. The starry eyes are deeply locked and the fire eyes roar to confess the magnetic throat, Fire Girl. I love you from the same origin forever, from the forehead kiss to the core, the bracelet recognizes the Queen of Fire, and the ancient talisman is reborn. Marry me, and you will be linked with magnetism and fire for the rest of your life, guarding the steel jungle. He knelt on one knee, and the ancient talisman golden ring transformed into a red and blue light thread wrapped around her ring finger. The sticky heat filled her heart at the same time, and the air of the ruins was as sweet as honey burning the heart. Lin Yuyan's heart trembled with sweet fire, her fiery eyes flashed with molten lava, the queen's blush pressed over the altar and she leaned over the altar to press her lips on his forehead, whispering stickily, Shen Mo. I will marry you if I love fire, and the queen of the same origin will stay forever. Red and blue light threads wrapped around the ancient altar, the bracelet was repaired and the S++ blue arc gold talisman exploded. Ji Han's bloody shadow sprayed black blood like a fountain, his black robe and grey flying legs weakened, and the shadow cracked and escaped, his pale face was twisted in despair and he roared in regret, Fire magnetic. The ancient gods have the same origin? The bracelet queen repairs the taboo? My dream of destroying the city and the empire. Kneel down. S++ failed to fully awaken, the high-rise fire swallower cannot be activated. The core of the ruins is broken, the virus stops the world? No. Repented of selling his soul to the gangsters, and biting him with billions of rewards. His figure disappeared deep into the east ruins, and he laughed intermittently. The end continues. The high-rise buildings have been swallowed up by 12 points. The remaining party members were all kneeling with tears in their eyes and running away in despair. The ancient talisman slapped the invincible dream in the face and sold out all the information. The embers in the core of the ruins steamed away in the heat. The ancient altar's golden talisman pulsed and recognized its owner, and the red and blue radiance illuminated the entire ruins. The number of fire elves soared 500 times, and the queen's body rotated at a low frequency. The final level of training broke out. Lin Yuyan closed her eyes and deeply absorbed the ancient energy. Her meridians expanded and felt like a phoenix's nirvana, summoning the queen of fire elements. The giant phoenix fire spirit descended on the ruins with a wingspan of 500 meters in the air, bathed in red flames and explored the city's fire veins with an unstained range of 10,000 meters, devouring the remaining virus, mist, heat waves, and backfired on the collapsed stone pillars and lava rivers. Mu Zhu, the gatekeeper, widened her phoenix eyes and trembled in admiration. She screamed in admiration, summoned by the Queen of Fire Element? S+++ level Phoenix swallows the ruins, and the divine power overwhelms the whole city. Perfect marriage, unparalleled alliance. Chen Feng projected that the whole city's fire veins were cut off, and his bald head knelt down and cried excitedly, "The hot search queen marries the magnetic god." The city-destroying device is locked, 50,000 fire seeds are stopped, and the high-rise buildings are swallowed up by fire. 50 to 50 will explode forever. Mu Zhu's guarding senses were sweeping wildly, Dan Feng's eyes were bloodshot and he screamed in admiration, "Core weakness lock." The ancient altar talisman recognizes fire magnetism, and the bracelet repairs the same origin. Emotional synchronization is at full value, and the heart beats like no other. Chen Feng projected the whole view of the ancient altar, his hands trembled and cried excitedly, "The secret of the artifact is fully revealed. The bracelet is an ancient relic of the fire element, and the queen's powers of the same origin perfectly match. Repair S+++ linkage destroys the new life." The rebel remnant knelt down at the altar and shouted, "Ancient god of fire magnetic, Emperor Jiyu is seriously injured and kneeling down." But the black clouds were overwhelming. Jiyu Han fled to Dongshen and roared to activate the hidden device. The high-rise CBD in the city suddenly burst into flames and pulsed wildly for 12 minutes, and the remaining threads of the virus fog expanded into the night sky, twisting and engulfing the steel jungle. The first wave of high-rise buildings collapsed and scorched the sky. The female captain of the government, Hong Guang, hesitated and turned to the loudspeaker. S+++ violation was exposed. But the USB flash drive of evidence destroyed the city? Temporarily joined forces with the fire magnet to destroy Jiyu Kan. Outside the gangster's trap, he laughed ferociously and knelt down, "A bounty of hundreds of millions? Emperor Jiyu defeated us and betrayed us, and he will always lick the girl." King Lin Yuyan, the queen of the fire element, bursts with phoenix wings, her grey face represses her fire eyes, and she locks the high-rise building in a sea of fire game. Marriage and love come from the same source, and ancient secrets are revealed, but Jiyu Han's doomsday continues. The high-rise building is swallowed up by a new wave of crises, the fire-magnetic alliance is chasing deep into the east, and the Queen's Road is suppressed again. Shen Mo wrapped his arms around his waist and roared, "Fire wife, let's sweep the high-rise buildings on fire together." The red and blue phoenix magnetic swirls soared into the sky, and they quickly fired up the fighting spirit and burned the city. The embers of the east ruins slowly drifted away like the ashes of hell, the pulsation of the red and black energy wall faded into a low humming heartbeat, the remaining threads of the virus mist were swallowed by 500 fire elves at low frequency, the smell of burnt stone mixed with sulfur burned the nose, the aftershocks of the toppled stone pillars in the tunnel buzzed and deafened the ears, and the steaming heat wave twisted the air like water waves. Lin Yuyan lowered the brim of her hat on her grey face, suppressed her blush with her phoenix wings, her fiery eyes locked onto the high-rise building, and the first wave of fire pulses shot across the sky. Her meridians were filled with nirvana, and the aftertaste of pain flowed through her body like honey. The sweetness of achievement in her heart exploded, but she suppressed her fighting spirit and whispered, "Shen Mo." The sea of fire in the high-rise building continues. Jiyu Handong's hidden city-destroying pulse engulfs the first wave for 12 seconds. Our alliance is victorious. Queen's Road suppresses the explosion. Shen Mo's warm palms stuck to her slender waist, and the ancient talisman of the S+++ bracelet pulsated with the golden light that completely reflected the pale handsome face. He locked his starry eyes and roared magnetically, "Wife of fire, the same source will always guard you. The magnetic vortex stabilizes your fire, sweeps across the sea of fire and saves the world, and the whole city worships the ancient god. The red and blue phoenix magnetic vortex circled 300 meters low to protect the body, and the iron filings and gravels were automatically absorbed into a shield. The sticky warm current healed the pain in the meridians like honey healing the heart. Mu Shuadan worshipped the bloodshot bulge in her phoenix eyes, and her sensory web swept through the city's fire veins like spider silk. Her pretty face was twisted and she screamed in excitement, lowering her throat, "Brother-in-law Yuyan." The intelligence of the relic victory was locked. The first wave of the 12 high-rise buildings in the CBD collapsed. The scorched virus spread and the night sky was distorted, but the fire spirit was swallowed by the fire spirit 10,000 meters away. Stop spreading. The emotions are synchronized to perfection, and the heart beats like no other. The hot search for the Queen of Fire magnetic marries ancient talisman of magnetic god and slaps Gudi in the face, explodes all over the internet, and the barrage worships the hero to save the steel jungle. She pinched the white flesh of her palm with blood and waved it wildly, and her usual cuteness was reduced to ashes and worshipped. Chen Feng knelt down with his bald head and projected the city's fire map with red and black pulses flashing. His hands were trembling and he cried excitedly, "The Queen's husband is divided into 50 and 50 and will explode forever." The complete map of the city-destroying device on a USB flash drive. The high-rise building chain with 50,000 fire seeds has a weak point and locked the Dongshen Control Center. Ji Han was defeated and seriously injured, and the black blood fled eastward to gather the remnants. The repair pulse is jumping at 11 points. The anti-water stone demon Earth Spirit protects the road and presents the information of the ancient god of black crystal. Passers-by on the live broadcast mobile phone screamed and forwarded the screen. The core of the fire magnetic ruins swallows the pulse, and the high-rise fire-stopping hero lives forever. The stone demon leader of the remnant rebel party, the Earth Spirit with hundreds of heads and weak legs, crawled into the tunnel with tears in his eyes, stone dust and snot mixed with rotten mist, and roared in a trembling and shattering voice, "The Queen of the Fire Element is heartbroken and heartbroken." Emperor Jiyu was defeated and sold his soul in despair. We the ancient god of forever licks protects the road and presents the complete map. Fire King Zhongmeng, Water Man Mist Dragon, Earth King Li Sai, the Stone Demon all turn against the water. All the information on the black crystal map of the Earth Spear bead is revealed. The control center of the high-rise building is on the 3rd underground floor of the East Deep, and Ji Han's blue and red residual beads are chanting and repairing. Their squat and giant bodies shook the chaff and offered earth shields to protect the 4 people from the ruins. Chen Laosan turned around and shouted in ecstasy, "The Queen trained the final divine phoenix to swallow the pulse. Drag the gangster government to kneel down and protect the road." The first wave of the red mist distorting the high-rise CBD outside the pit collapsed like thunder, and the scorching stench shot into the sky and the broken glass rained down on the street. Passers-by screamed and fled, and the mobile phone live broadcast was hotly searched. The female captain of the government, the blue wave of the water palm, topped the red light. The drone buzzed and the loudspeaker hesitated and turned cold. Fire magnetic violations are exposed. But the USB flash drive evidence will destroy the city, temporarily join forces to destroy the remnant party, seal the illegal records to save the world. Magnetic God, buy all the information. The whole network was filled with crazy praise. Ji Yuhan kneeled down, the fire veins of the high-rise building were cut off to save the people. Lin Yuyan lowered her face and pretended to be a passerby. Her heart was suppressed and her sweet fire reached its peak. The core of the ruins was broken, the ancient talisman was married to the same origin, the betrayal was always licked, and the hot search queen was unparalleled. But the first wave of the high-rise building was engulfed, and the end of Ji Yuhan Dongshen continued. The red and blue magnetic whirlpool of the 4-person alliance rushed out of the ruins. The earth shield behind the stone demon Earth Spirit 100-headed palace pushed away the thorns and rotting fog. The red dot pulse of Chen Feng's projection navigation Dongshen control center flashed for 11 minutes. The steel jungle in the night city is full of flames. The first wave of 12 high-rise buildings in the CBD are blazing 500 meters away, puffing out clouds of smoke. Molten glass dripping with red wax sizzles on the streets. The virus fog invades the lungs with red threads, rust and blood burn the throat. Passers-by scream and flee, car accidents occur, serial flat tires scream, and steel plates twist. Lin Yuyan's fiery eyes were locked on the sea of fire. The Grey had lowered the low frequency and summoned 150 fire elves to surround themselves with ghost fire to swallow the remaining mist of the virus. The phoenix wing shadow suppressed the blush and bathed in the fire. He pretended to be a pig and passed through the sea of fire to save people. Shen Mo stabilizes the fire and saves the world in a low-key manner. The steel beams collapsed at the entrance to the sea of fire in the tallest building, like the claws of a giant beast, hitting the ground like an earthquake. Thick black pillars shot up into the sky, scorching meat and stinky meat. Passers-by screamed, their lungs were burned, and thousands of trapped people screamed in despair. Fire swallows the doomsday. Jiuhen virus spreads all over the world, where are the heroes? The fire truck flashed with red lights and water cannons, and the steam was ineffective. The team members coughed up blood and knelt on the ground, spitting out rust and blood. Lin Yuyan lowered her grey face and ran into the sea of fire. The fire spirit silently swallowed the floor with a frenzy of will-o'-the-wisps. The pulsing heat wave backfired and the lava flowed back to the steel bars. The virus mist rolled back into red threads and evaporated to dryness. With a delicate hand, she waved 100 elves through the wall and swallowed the fire tongue. She blushed and endured the phoenix wings to extinguish the area of 10,000 meters. Thousands of people stared with bloodshot eyes, trembled and screamed in admiration. Grey-faced passers-by? The fire elves are invincible when swallowing buildings. The virus spreads ashes and survives the fire. The goddess saves the world. The fire captain's grey beard shakes the chaff and crawls to offer water. Guan roared, "Queen, spare your life. We just thought it was the end," and the sea of fire turned to ashes and the heat wave came back to bite the steel beams? The intelligence said that Emperor Jiu was invincible, and now the passers-by are heartbroken, and the whole city is trending in worship. Passers-by's mobile phones live broadcasted and enthusiastically forwarded. CBD's first wave of sea of fire stopped. The Grey Hat Woman swallowed the virus. The League of Heroes and Fire Magnetic League continues. Mu Zhu sensed the weakness of the network locking the floor, and Dan Feng's eyes widened and she screamed excitedly, "Sister Yuyan?" Thousands of people escaped from danger and moved around the city. The fire vein weakness locked the second wave of high-rise buildings. Jiu Handong practiced 11 points. Chen Feng projected a red dot navigation, his hands trembled and cried. On the third underground floor of the control center, the remnants of the gang guard the water and fire network, and the intelligence is divided into 50 and 50 guides. The sea of fire roared, "It's great to save the world, Magi." The three-person alliance shuttled through the sea of fire. 500 fire spirits suppressed the low-frequency stealth and swallowed the second wave of high-rise building pulses. The scorched and steaming night sky was filled with the remaining mist of the Qingming virus. All the people fled with eyes wide open and tears in their eyes. They knelt in admiration. The trio of grey hats are unparalleled. Jiuhen boasts of destroying the city, and the power of fire in high-rise buildings crushes the Empire's dream. Live barrage. The Queen of Fire Magnet saves all people. Hot search tribute to eternal life. The red light drone buzzed at the top of the government blockade, and the mist-covered voice of the female captain of the water palm, Lan Lang, was harsh. "Stop those who violate the rules." The Sea of Fire in the east is sealed off, and the records of the temporary alliance are being purged within the party. Behind the grey-faced sunglasses, the agent's eyes were grinning ferociously, and the muzzle was locked and humming low. Mocking and amplifying, fire magnetic rats climb tall buildings to save people? The GUDI virus spreads all over the world, intelligence says your ruins are kneeling in ashes, and the bounty will be doubled for total blockade and annihilation. Lin Yuyan lowered her face and pretended to be a passerby, suppressing her heart, misunderstanding of the government's dog-legged road closure, the agents laughing at the tale. The Fire Eye game storm was forbearing. Shen Mo's magnetic wire bracelet protected the low-frequency vortex and became invisible, and the three-person alliance passed through the blockade and ran through the sewer. The putrid sewage splashed on the face and rust burned the nose. The sore thorn virus's red threads circled and invaded the lungs. The black juice on the wall of the pit was dripping and hot and sizzling on the feet. Chen Feng's projected navigation map and the dark red dot pulse beat wildly at 10:50. His hands shook and his diapers turned rancid with excitement. The backdoor C4 burst point lock. The intelligence god surrounds the government dog, Jiuhan. The water and fire network on the 3 underground floors of the control center is 100 meters thick. Mu Zhu sensed the bulging red phoenix eyes and screamed. The blockade agent's heart is beating wildly, and he misunderstood the fire magnetic villain? The back door of C4 collapsed and rocks flew, and there was a heavy rain. The man in sunglasses, the lead agent, stared wide-eyed, his legs soft, his gun splashed in the mud, and he roared and shivered. 3 men with grey faces blasted the back door? The intelligence said that Hua Ci knelt down to Emperor Jiyu, and went around the blockade silently. Shen Wei slapped the blockade dog in the face. I just mocked the rats and now they are kneeling down. The agent showed his face in disarray while kneeling and offering his gun. The female captain Shui Zhong hesitated and turned to worship. The temporary alliance confirms. The fire magnet saves the world and cleans up internally, and illegally seals the hot search hero. The entrance to the Dongshen control center is like an abyss of purgatory. The remnants of the gangs are chanting curses of water, fire, and earth to repair pulses. The blue and red network is 100 meters thick, pulsating, roaring and shaking the earth. Virus fog and red pillars are rising into the sky. Jiuhan's blood-shadowed central projection floated in the air, with a distorted face and a ferocious smile. He zoomed in and yelled live, fire magnetic ants crawling into the control center? The core of the ruins kneels in ashes. The illusion of collapse, severely injured black blood repair blue and red residual beads. The second wave of high-rise buildings engulfed the city center at 10:50. The remnants of the party can be chewed to pieces with 50 supplements, and the gangster government is licking the dream of an empire, and $1 billion bounty is placed on the global sanitation virus. The remnants of the fireman bone melt and the waterman mist network circled and laughed. The ants can't break the water and fire network. GUDI is invincible and awakens the S++ monster. The live broadcast hot search, GUDI Dongshen takes revenge, while Magnetic kneels to control the doomsday sea of fire. Lin Yuyan's grey face lowered her fiery eyes to lock the projection. Her heart was filled with despair. Jiuhan mocked the ants. The network of water and fire overwhelmed him, and the pulse destroyed the city center at 10:50. But Shen Mo's warm sticky waste red and blue linked warm currents to rush through the meridians, and the golden light of the bracelet's ancient talisman echoed and whispered, "Fire wife is stable." The magnetic whirlpool tears the net. Mu Zhu screamed to lock the weak point. The remnant party's heartbeat is turbulent, and the backlash surges. Chen Feng's U-disc projected the full picture of the black and red monster shadow floating. Water and fire net pearl heart C4 burst. Suddenly, the remnant party leader Zhong Meng, the leader of the fire, stared at his eyes with blood, and knelt down with weak legs and yelled, "Digu boasts of being invincible? The ancient god of Huatzi has an intelligence lock, and the ruins are a hot search for the Queen's marriage. We rebel and spit out the central picture. The 50 remnants of the party rebelled and offered Earth shields to push the network. The live barrage exploded. Jiugo mocks the ants and slaps them in the face. The remnants kneel to Huitzi, and the control center opens the Imperial Dream. The network of water and fire collapsed, the heat wave swallowed up the scorched, stinky steaming air, the control center exposed the red and black energy wall, and pulsated and hummed. The central ancient altar, Jiyu Hansang, smiled grimly, pinched the remaining beads and chanted a curse, accelerating the pulse and beating wildly. Queen Lin Yuyan's momentum lowered her grey hat and raised it. 300 ghost fires from the fire spirit swallowed up the remaining veins of the net. Shen Mo's magnetic vortex of 300 meters of red and blue phoenix roared and swept away the remaining party. Jiu Han's projection grinned and shattered. Ants, worked together to slap the remnants in the face. But the core is fused with the relic energy, and the S+++ beast transforms into a sea of fire that destroys the city center. His blood shadow swallowed the black crystal ancient energy, and the pale-faced twisted beast shadow exploded with 100 meters of blue and red scales. It roared ferociously and shook the center of the collapse. The red column of virus fog expanded wildly and was engulfed by the pulse 9.5 of the high-rise building in the city center. Mu Zudanfeng's eyes widened in despair and she screamed in admiration. The premonition of the final battle will explode. Jiu Han's behemoth merged with S+++. The city center of the Sea of Fire is in crisis, but the fire and magnetism are invincible. Chen Feng projected the weakness of the behemoth. His hands trembled and cried. Information locks the heart of the bead. The ancient altar talisman recognizes the queen. The remnants of the rebels knelt down to protect the road and shouted, "The ancient god Rao life." All the information about the beast is revealed. Shen Mo's eyes locked on the beast's magnetism and he entangled his wife. Wife of fire, let's sweep together. Lin Yuyan's fiery eyes revealed the lava. Her grey face repressed the game storm. Achieve great victory, fame, status, ancient talisman treasures, and save the people. But Jiu Han's giant beast hooked the city of fire to suppress the explosion. The red and blue phoenix's magnetic vortex soars into the sky, and the fighting spirit burns the city. The aftermath of the heat wave in the control center slowly receded like a tidal wave. The pulsating red and black energy wall turned into a low-frequency hum. The remaining threads of the virus mist were swallowed up by the fire elves and turned into invisible ashes. The smell of burnt stone mixed with rust and blood gradually faded away, replaced by the night breeze mixed with the fresh scent of earth after the rain. Lin Yuyan put away the 500 fire elves. Her blush bathed in fire and disappeared into the brim of her grey-faced hat. Her meridians were healed by nirvana and the remaining pain was as refreshing as a phoenix bathing in honey, and her heart overflowed with a sense of accomplishment. The ancient talisman of the ruins married with the same source of love. The bracelet S+++ was reborn. The betrayal of hundreds of people was licked forever. All the information was collected. The first wave of high-rise buildings stopped all people from danger, and the whole city's hot search for the queen was unparalleled. But the hook in the city center was overwhelming, and she whispered in a suppressed voice, "Shen Mo. The harvest is exciting, the trivial matters are dealt with, and the Dongshen monster finally suppresses the explosion." Shen Mo put one hand around her waist. His magnetic warmth was as sticky as a chain of fate, and his starry eyes roared affectionately. "The wife of fire will stay forever. The reputation, status and treasures will be shared. The steel jungle will change because of us." Mu Zu's pretty face flushed with admiration, and she sensed that the network was scanning the city's fire veins. Dan Feng's eyes flashed with tears, and her throat broke with excitement. She lowered her voice, "Brother-in-law, intelligence god." All the remaining fire in the high-rise CBD was swallowed up. Thousands of people escaped from danger and worshipped the Grey Hat Trio in a live broadcast. The entire network was barraged. The top trending search for "The Queen of Fire Magnets married an ancient god to slap Emperor Jiyu in the face" exceeded 100 million in 1 hour. The female captain of the government licked her palms, and the temporary records were sealed and the bounty was transferred to us. Chen Feng wiped his sweat from his bald head and projected the list of treasures from the ancient altar, and the golden light shone in black. The crystal fragments appeared, hands trembling, and ecstatically crying, 50/50th split into riches. The ruins and ancient talismans identify the master bracelet, upgrade the market map to complete. The city's fire vein map UDisc information is sold on the black market for hundreds of millions. The ancient altar black crystal fragments are fire magnets, and the treasure heals the meridians forever. S+++. The anti-water stone demon Earth Spirit crawled on its knees and offered earth gun beads to the mountain. Its stone eyes burst into tears and its legs softened, shouting, "The Queen's status as a magnetic god is invincible. We have 100 heads of eternal licking guards, and the heart weakness of Jiyu Dai's behemoths is locked in the city." Passers-by watched Dongshen with eyes wide open and nose wet, and screamed in admiration. The heroine in the grey hat walked through the sea of fire to save thousands of people? The virus fog flew into the fire, and the goddess was heartbroken. The intelligence said that Jiyu Han was invincible, and now the remnant party is kneeling and searching for heroes. Firefighter Greybeard prostrated with his helmet and roared trembling, just desperate and burning. The passerby's fire spirit swallowed the steel beams of the building and melted without a trace. The whole team worshipped the Queen. Her status is the monthly salary of the fire consultant has been doubled. The man in sunglasses knelt down and offered his gun, his grey face twisting and regretting and shouting. The misunderstanding was blocked and the agent's soul flew away. The female captain's loudspeaker turned to the temporary alliance for a bounty of 100 million. The gangster turned around and offered a gold card, selling the soul to GUDI, buying out the black market. We will always be the informants. Lin Yuyan's grey hat lowered her hat and pretended to be a pig, and her fiery eyes scanned the night sky across the city. The embers of the high-rise buildings were steaming, and the sweet fire of achievement suppressed the demons in her heart. The fame of the Queen is unparalleled. The status of the government is temporarily linked to the gangs kneeling and licking. The treasure of ancient talismans and black crystal UDiscs are worth billions. But the Jiyu Han monster merges with the sea of fire in the heart of Dongshen? Shen Mo's lips imprinted on her forehead, and the golden ring wrapped around her finger with red and blue light transformed into sticky heat. Wife of fire, marriage, and love come from the same source, and sweep away trivial matters forever. The four-person alliance shuttled through the remaining fire to save the remaining people. The fire elves swallowed the floor pulses at low frequencies, and the people escaped from danger and knelt down to worship the live broadcast screen. The soothing night breeze held praises like honey, and the world was forever changed by the Queen's actions. The second wave of high-rise building fires on the edge of the city center faintly pulsed at 9 o'clock, and the red threads of the virus's residual mist circled. Passers-by screamed and ran away, foreboding the crisis of the giant beast. Mu Zhu sensed the explosion and screamed, "The final battle in the city center." Jiyu Han mocked the ants and transformed into a blue and red giant beast hundreds of meters away, and the sea of fire threatened to engulf it. Chen Feng projected the beast's ferocious smile, his hands trembling with excitement. Intelligence navigation, Pearl Heart. The fire magnetic linkage is broken. Shen Mo's bracelet buzzed to stabilize his wife's fire, and his starry eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Fire wife, let's bounce together." Lin Yuyan's grey face and burning eyes were playing, and the aftermath of the Queen's journey was sweet, and her new desire to fight was soaring. The second wave of high-rise buildings on the edge of the city center roared like steel behemoths. The red and black flames that pulsed at 9 o'clock and jumped 500 meters into the sky. The molten glass dropped like a rain of blood and hit the street. The sizzling hot meat was scorched and smelly. The red threads of the virus mist swirled and gnawed at the lungs, rust, and blood burned the throat and stabbed the heart. Passers-by screamed and fled. Car accidents caused serial flat tires, screamed steel plates and twisted into twists. Thousands of people were trapped on the floor in despair. Their throats were shattered and they smashed their windows. The rain clanged. The end of the city is destroyed by the giant monster Yuyan. The virus is a sea of fire all over the world. Where are the heroes? The Fire Magnetic Alliance is kneeling in ashes. The fire truck's water cannon evaporated into white mist, and the team members had grey faces and coughed up blood and rust. They knelt down and trembled. The intelligence said GUDIS+++ is invincible. The second wave swallowed up all the people in the city center and turned them into ashes. Our lungs are burning in despair. The remnants of the gangsters projected the live broadcast with a ferocious laugh and loudspeaker. The giant fire magnetic rats crawled into the east and knelt down in the ashes. The GUDI's blue and red behemoths fused together, crushing the steel jungle at 9:50, and the billion-dollar reward increased the global virus. The government drone buzzed with red light, and the female Captain Lan Lang hesitated and turned to the loudspeaker. The giant beast is blocked by the sea of fire, and the bounty for the fire magnetic violation has been doubled, and the intelligence has pinned down the collapse of your ruins. The blood shadow of Yuyan's beast floated in the sky in the city center square. The black crystal energy of the ancient altar swallowed up the remaining beads. The blue and red scales exploded for hundreds of meters. The pale face was distorted and the roar shook the ground. The glass shattered and buzzed. The red column of virus fog soared into the sky with sulfur and rancid smell. Burning the nose, and Fire Magnetic Alliance. The core of the ruins knelt down in the grey east and was defeated. The remnants rebelled and sold their souls. Intelligence dogs. We S+++ merged with the city-destroying pulse. 9.5 swallowed the high-rise buildings in the city center. A chain of 50,000 fire seeds, a global disease. Lin Yuyan's grey hat lowered her fiery eyes and locked onto the giant beast. Her heart was filled with despair and her lungs were pricking her meridians like thousands of needles. The whole city was searching for the Queen's great victory, fame, status, treasure, and sweet fire, but the second wave of fire and danger was lurking. Yuyan mocked the ants with blue and red scales, and the global ambition of the virus was newly suppressed. Shen Mo clings to her slender waist, and the S+++ ancient talisman on the bracelet pulsates with the ruins picture, reflecting the pale handsome face and roars magnetically, breaking the throat. Fire wife is stable. Marry the same source, love. The magnetic whirlpool tears apart the giant beast. Mu Shuadan's phoenix eyes bulged with bloodshot eyes, admiration turned to despair and fanaticism, and the web of perception was like a spider's thread, sweeping through the giant beast's weak points and screaming in a low voice, brother-in-law Yang. The weakness of the black crystal ancient artifact in the bead heart is locked, and the pulse is 9 o'clock in the 5th city. The whole picture of Xingalu chain fire, the rebellious party's heart beats wildly and the premonition explodes. The emotional synchronization is full and the queen's form is invincible. The whole picture of Chen Feng's bald head projected onto the USB flash drive with black and red beads, his hands shaking and his diaper turned rancid and he cried out in excitement. Information God splits it into 50%. Yuyan's fusion of fake invincible black crystal fire magnetic connection secret. The leader of the 100 rebel stone demons and earth spirits, the Fire King, stretched his legs weakly, and crawled on the edge of the square with tears in his stone eyes. His short and fat giant body shook the chaff and offered earth, spears, and beads. He piled up the mountain with a trembling roar, Queen of Fire Magnetic, God of Magnetism, have mercy. The full picture of Yuyan's giant beast intelligence, the blue and red beads, the heart, the black crystal ancient altar ruins, the weak link of fire and magnetism to absorb the explosion. We, 100 heads, will always lick the road to protect the earth and push the earth shield, and just sold our souls and knelt down. Hui is now rebelling against the imperial dream. Chen Laosan tricked the gangster government into hiding, and roared with ecstasy, "The queen is training the ultimate divine phoenix." The beast's claws are so weak that it locks the ancient altar in the city center. The gangster rebelled against the gangster and offered gold cards to lick the dog. Lin Yuyan lowered her grey face and pretended to be a passerby. The aftertaste of nirvana in her meridians was like honey, and she suppressed the storm of fighting spirit. She whispered in her heart, "Shen Mo," suppressed the explosion, and swept across in the queen form. She waved 500 fire elves with her delicate hand. The low-frequency will-o'-the-wisp surrounds the body and suppresses it. The blushing flame-free phoenix wing shadow flutters into the sky. Shen Mo's bracelet hums with magnetic threads wrapped around the meridians, steadying the fire like warm honey. The ancient talisman's golden light echoes the red and blue phoenix's magnetic whirlpool with a 300-meter roar sweeping across the square. The giant beast's pale face is distorted and its claws are grinning. The heat wave bites back the steel bars. The lava flows and sizzles. The red threads of virus fog roll back and fly away. The passers-by stare with bloodshot eyes and tremble and scream in admiration. The heroine in the grey hat collaborates with the handsome man? 500 ghosts swallow the sea of fire, and the red and blue phoenix, the giant beast's claws are gone. The intelligence says that Emperor Jiu is invincible, and now the ants are so powerful that their hearts are broken. The fire captain shook his head and offered a water pipe, shouting, "The fire elf army extinguished the 10,000 meters of fire veins, and the hot search exploded." The behemoth Jiuhan roared and the ear-splitting virus fog wildly expanded and pulsed at 9 o'clock. The second wave of tongues of fire from the high-rise building rushed into the clouds, spitting fog and stinking smoke into the sky, followed by broken glass and rain. It laughed at the projection and magnified the ear. Shen Mo's starry eyes growled gloomily, "Fire wife's magnetic protection, homologous tearing of scales." The complete magnetic vortex of the bracelet S+++ 300 meters absorbs the blue and red energy of the giant beast. The iron filings and steel beams automatically form a shield and become sticky around the body. The golden light and black crystal fragments of the ancient talisman fit together to heal the meridians forever, and the roar of the red and blue phoenix attracts the pulsating heart of the bead. Lin Yuyan's flaming eyes, the lava leaking out of the grey hat, set off the queen's momentum. The S+++500 fire elf army will-o'-the-wisps rush into the sky and engulf the sea of fire in a 10,000-meter range. The phoenix wings are 300 meters away and extinguish the chain pulse of high-rise buildings. The virus fog completely evaporates the ash, and the air is clear and fragrant after the rain. Mu Zhu sensed the heart weakness of the netlock bead. Dan Feng's eyes widened and she screamed excitedly, "Sister!" 90% of the energy of the giant beast is absorbed by the magnetic ring, and the heartbeat is crazy and desperate. Chen Feng's seal relic assists. The emotional synchronization is full of Queen's blow and ends it. Chen Feng projected the USB flash drive C for explosion point. His hands trembled and cried in ecstasy. The black crystal secret fire and magnetism homologous ancient artifact lasts forever. The relic seal is locked, and the intelligence is divided into 50 and 50 to make billions. The rebel remnant party's 100-head Earth Shield promotion site exploded. The giant gun beads beast claws. Fire King Zhongmeng roared tremblingly. Queen Shenfeng swallows the pulse. "We will always lick the live broadcast and slap the dog in the face." The government female captain's blue wave and mist loudspeaker turned hesitant and harsh. Fire and magnetic linkage to the divine power. Temporarily linked to the S++ hero, the blockade, an evacuation drone buzzed to escort, and the bounty of 1 billion was transferred to the queen. The agent with sunglasses knelt down softly and presented his gun with a grey face and his soul flew away. Misunderstanding, slap the dog in the face and blockade the dog. The Queen of the Grey Hat suppresses the agents and worships the ancient god on the live broadcast. The live broadcast on mobile phones of passers-by in the city was frantically forwarded and retweeted. The Queen of Fire Magnetic has an unparalleled form. 500 elves swallowed up the second wave of fire, and the magnetic ring absorbed the energy of the giant beast, and the blue and red scales cracked. Ji Yuhan mocked the ants and knelt down to ashes, and the hot search salute exceeded 1 billion. The barrage crazily worshipped. The goddess bathed in fire and through the sky, the embers of the high-rise buildings in the city center were cleared to save the people. The hero is reborn in the eternal steel jungle. Ji Yuhansang's face twisted and he smiled as he shattered the blood shadow and roared, "Impossible! The magnetic ring attracts the black crystal? The fire elf swallows the pulse?" But the S+++ bead's heart explodes and destroys the city. The giant beast's scales cracked and the red and black energy pulsed wildly, hitting the hot wave and burning the stone. Queen Lin Yuyan played a game of fire eyes to suppress the explosion. The red and blue magnetic whirlpool of the phoenix wings linked up to reach the sky 300 meters. Shen Mo Sinuan wrapped his waist and roared, "Fire wife marries love, one blow ends." 500 fire elves and ghost fire army penetrated into the giant beast's scales and swallowed the blue and red bead heart. The magnetic ring S+++ buzzed to attract energy and perfectly linked to the black crystal fragments and golden light to heal the meridians forever. The giant beast's claws smashed into the air, and the heat wave backfired on its own scales. The lava flowed sizzlingly, and the red column of virus fog rolled back and flew into the square. During the Qingming festival, passers-by and people escaped, their eyes wide open and their noses filled with tears. They knelt down and screamed in admiration. The queen swallows the pearl with one blow. The giant beast kneels down to ashes. The god of fire was so powerful that his heart was broken, and Ji Yuhan's ambition to destroy the city was completely wiped out. Firefighter Hui Xue roared to pieces, "All people are out of danger." The global virus of Emperor Ji is now hotly searched for. The behemoth blood shadow of Ji Yuhan's pale face distorted in despair and roared to shatter the projection, and the ancient god's fire and magnetism are of the same origin? The black crystal ruins secretly recognized the queen. The black crystal in the heart of the bead exploded and pulsed with golden light. All the S+++ energy was attracted by the magnetic ring and swallowed by the fire elves. He was seriously injured and black blood sprayed out from the ancient altar, and he knelt down with ashes and shattered his throat. "Destroy the city's imperial dream, kneel down." Lin Yuyan's slender hand struck the queen with a phoenix fire claw to tear out the heart. The will-o'-the-wisp frenzy swallowed up the remaining body and flew away. The second wave of fire in the city center was completely wiped out. The embers steamed, the stars reappeared in the night sky, and the virus fog flew across the city, and the fragrance after the Qingming rain was fragrant. Shen Mo's lips printed on the golden ring on her forehead, which transformed into sticky heat. The fire wife is igniting, the same origin will last forever. Mu Zudanfeng burst into tears with admiration and screamed in low voice, "The final battle is great. The sensory lock relic is sealed, and the relationship is fully synchronized and the brother-in-law is married to the unparalleled love." Chen Feng projected the black crystal secret ancient talisman, his hands trembled and cried excitedly, "The fire and magnetic artifact remains at the source of the ruins forever, the ancient rare treasure recognizes the Master Queen Sishuai, and the healing meridians are permanent S+++ sweeps across the sea of fire in the city. 50% of it is sold on the black market for hundreds of millions. The intelligence god kneels down and licks. She lay crouched and roared, "The queen will finish off Emperor Ji with one blow. We will protect the whole city forever, collect all the behemoth intelligence and collect the ancient treasures." The government female Captain Shui Zhong Lanlang's loudspeaker was harsh, S+++ hero recognition. Violation will be sealed forever. the bounty of tens of billions will be transferred to the Fire Magnetic Alliance, and the Queen's Fire Protection Advisor will be the city's permanent protector. The agent with a grey face and sunglasses knelt down to present the badge, and his soul was shattered, slap in the face and blocked the dog to worship. The status of the live broadcast hero is invincible. The whole city escaped from danger and watched the central square with eyes wide and bloodshot eyes. The live broadcast on mobile phones shrieked and retweeted more than 2 billion hot searches. The Queen of Fire Magnet fights the behemoth and flies away. The second wave of fire saves 100,000 people. The goddess bathed in fire and the Magnet Commander teamed up to crush the ambition of destroying the city. The legend of the reincarnation of the jungle will live forever. Passers-by knelt down and worshipped with snot and tears, Grey Hat pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger without equal. The intelligence of Jiu Han is now suppressed by the whole network and is worshipped. Fire Captain Hui Shuxian roared in his helmet. The monthly salary of the Qingming Festival has increased tenfold, and the position of the Queen's consultant has been bought out. The gangster turned his back and climbed up the Jinka mountain to lick the dog and laughed. Sell your soul and kneel down to become an intelligence dog forever, the black market queen's imperial dream. Lin Yuyan's grey hat regained its strength and put away the fire elf. Her blush bathed in the fire and her meridians were overflowing with nirvana, and the sweetness of her heart reached its peak. The Fire Magnetic Alliance swept across the city and became invincible. Jiu Han's behemoth ended his ambition to destroy the city. The ancient talisman black crystal artifact lasted forever and the same source married. The famous hot search queen's legend exceeded 100 million. The government recognized S+++ hero status and the bounty was tens of billions, and the traitorous gangsters always licked the intelligence treasure and became rich. Shen Mo put one hand around his waist and roared affectionately, "Fire wife, our marriage will last forever, and the steel jungle will be reborn because of us." Mu Zu's pretty face twisted and excited, waving her fingers to pinch the blood beads. "Brother-in-law is perfect." Perception and foreboding are in the city of Yongping, full of affection. Sisters are unparalleled. Chen Feng wiped his bald head and wiped his sweat with the complete projection of the ruins map and cried, "The intelligence god is suddenly rich." The ancient god's secret is sealed in the ruins, and the Queen's magnetic god legend will always be the hottest search. The night wind carries the praise of the people like honey. The embers in the city center square are sprinkled with bright stars. The high-rise steel jungle is reborn with bright lights, and the live broadcast barrage of passers-by is forever worshipping the legend of Lin Yuyan, the Queen of Fire Prevention. The element of fire summons the Immortal Heroine, and the magnetic ring man attracts them to join forces to sweep the sea of fire and invincible. The government director personally visited the water palm blue light. The loudspeaker turned harsh and gentle. Lin Yuyan and Shen Mo, the S+++ fire prevention hero is officially recognized. The city's permanent protection order is issued, and the family inheritance of the bounty will be cancelled in one go. The anti-water stone demon Earth Spirit with 100 heads presented an earth shield to protect the 4 people out of the square. Chen Larasan roared in ecstasy. The Queen's final divine phoenix training is complete. The whole city is forever licking the ancient god. Lin Yuyan's eyes scanned the night sky. Her grey face lowered and she pretended to be a passerby, suppressing the sweet fire of success. The meaning of adventure grew into nirvana. The strong female queen suppressed the explosion and bounced up to save the world. The legend of urban rebirth will last forever. But the source of the black crystal artifact ruins is faintly pulsing with a new hook? Shen Mosai lightly kissed the golden ring on the lips, and the heat flowed through his heart. "Wife of fire, we will be with you in the next sea of fire." The red and blue light of the 4-person alliance faded into the night, and thousands of people knelt down to worship her live broadcast. The hotly searched queen in the city was unparalleled forever, and her heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. A few days later, frequent fires in urban steel-reinforced jungles became a thing of the past. The fire prevention queen Lin Yuyan's grey-hatted figure walked through the high-rise buildings forbearingly. the fire elf devoured the residual pulse virus at low frequency, and Shen Mo's magnetic ring always guarded the waste and had the same source of love, and ran like a suppressed love honey. Mu Xue perceives the network to be forever locked in crisis, and her admiration for Dan Fengyan continues unabated. Chen Feng's black market intelligence empire is divided into 50 and 50 and Fuyong leaks. The government's S+++ hero order is shining, the bounty family inherits the intelligence of the gangsters and the remnants of the gang, and the rebels defend the city with hundreds of earth shields. Whenever passers-by encounter fire, they will live broadcast and scream, "The Queen is coming." The legend of fire and magnetism will crush the doomsday, and the steel jungle will be safe forever. Hundreds of earth spirits of the remnant rebels knelt down to protect the road. The leader of the stone demon, with tears in his eyes, screamed, "The queen of the fire element is heartbroken and heartbroken." Emperor Jiyu is defeated and regrets selling information. "We will lick the ancient god forever." The live broadcast exploded on the entire network, and passers-by's mobile phones shook and screamed and enthusiastically forwarded, "The Great Fire Magnetic Ruins, Ji." Jiyu Han fled in despair, "The Queen married the Invincible." The barrage flooded the screen and worshipped, "The hero lives forever, the steel jungle saves the world." Chen Larasan, the queen of the palace, roared in ecstasy, "The queen's training is finally over. The gangster government is kneeling down." In front of the window of Lin Yuyan's penthouse apartment, the grey hat took off her blush and bathed in the fire that reflected the starry eyes. Shen Mo warmly embraced her with a golden ring and flashed the ancient talisman and secretly whispered, "Fire wife, the artifact will last forever from its ancient source. We are married to protect it." Her phoenix wings are forbearing and fluttering into the sky, her heart is suppressed and she grows up with joy. From the awakened girl to the fire prevention queen, she is invincible in sweeping the sea of fire, and her love comes from the same source and explodes forever. The night sky in the city is clear, the legend continues, and readers' hearts are filled with excitement and satisfaction.